Well, good morning. Good morning. It's not a super early morning though, is it? On the East Coast. Kind of a weird start time for a trial, I'm not going to lie to you. 10:30, but this is Nevada versus Robert Tellis. And PKC says that this is a new case to you, first time you've ever heard of it. I've been tracking this case for a while because it's interesting on a number of levels, and I'll tell you why. So first of all, oops, one moment. So the the first reason that this is super interesting to me is because, and I think to a lot of people, is because it involves a investigative journalist who was murdered by a former elected official. So Robert Tellis was an elected official in Las Vegas, and Jeff Gehrman, hello Sharon, Jeff, hello Susie. Uh, Jeff Gehrman was an investigative journal at the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and it was during the election season. He wrote a number of articles about Robert Tellis. And one of them was an article about, or it may have been a series of articles, but I'm pretty sure there was one specific article where several women from Robert Tellis's organization came forward and claimed sexual harassment and a hostile work environment. And they were anonymous sources to this investigative reporter. So Robert Tellis lost the election, and after losing the election, he engaged on an intimidation and harassment campaign against Jeff Gehrman, and eventually Jeff Gehrman ended up murdered in front of his house, or actually on the side of his house. He was stabbed to death. Hey, Christina. He was stabbed to death and left for dead on the side of his house. So that's that. So the interesting things there are that it's an elected official who's being covered by the press. You know, the press is good morning, Mama Bear. The press is exercising their right to free speech. You know, they were basically speaking truth to power is what was happening. These anonymous sources went to him, and now because of this murder trial, there's been a huge amount of pre-trial litigation that involves the newspaper to determine whether these sources are going to be named, and or whether certain sources are going to be named. Eventually the sources named themselves, and they have come forward and they have said, we were the ones that went to Jeff Gehrman as his sources, and you will probably see them as witnesses in this trial. So but what was at issue was that that law enforcement wanted to take possession of the journalists' digital devices right away for the purposes of the investigation. And there was a lot of question over how much of the devices should law enforcement get access to, like how much information in the devices should law enforcement get access to. Hey, you've lived in, oh, you're in Vegas, so the whole system out. Yeah. It's interesting, Mama Bear. There's definitely various pockets throughout the country where there's more corruption than most, and I think Las Vegas is one of those where it's been historical, in all honesty. I mean, it's been historical, and Jeff Gehrman apparently was one of those reporters at the Review-Journal who was on that corruption beat for years and years and years and years. And he had he had contact with and sources deep within the government, within, in the DA's office, in the defense, the public defense attorneys' offices. He had sources in the oh, you're not there. Oh, you're not there anymore. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, Mama Bear. So yeah, good for you. I mean, it's a rough place to visit, much less live. I spent so much time working in Vegas that I have a visceral reaction to Vegas. I, a lot of my friends are like, "Yes, let's go to Vegas." When we're trying to think of places to meet up and have fun, they're like, "Let's go to Vegas." I'm like, "Please, not Vegas. I spend so much time working in Vegas." Hello, Earth. Oh, you're that's your hometown. Are you? Well, I don't want to ask if you're still there, Earth, but oh, you're way up near Reno. Okay, Susie. Oh, okay. But you're back home in the Midwest after being in Vegas. That must have been a little bit of a culture shock for a little bit. Anyway, I spent so much time. Vegas was like another office for me for a long time, because when you're in the tech, when you do marketing for the tech industry, you basically live in Vegas half the year. And that's what it was like for me. And when you work in Vegas for your job, let me tell y'all, it's not fun because whenever you're there for work, everybody else is there too. There's, thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have descended there to do their jobs as well. So there's taxi lines and yada, 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 yada. Anyway, so this case is interesting on that level. There's another level of interest for me on this case, and that is that it is the defendant was representing himself up until recently. Oh, thank you for joining, Earth. Thank you very much. By the way, in case you don't already know, I told some of you were here before and I told you, but I do have a new channel. It looks like this. Go ahead and look it up. It has more subscribers now. But I'm not going to link it here for various reasons. But please look it up and subscribe if you're interested. I'm going to be looking at true crime cases from the perspective of the chains that we can break from around our brains. So anyway, Christina, that's what I'm saying. There are pockets all around the country where the corruption runs deep, very, very deep. Oh, looks like they're coming into court. So this guy, here's the defendant, and he was representing himself up until very recently. And the man is a character. He is a character. And I think most of you know who I'm talking about. Thank you for saying that, Nana or Susie. He's a total character, and he reminds me of Rocket Man. I mean, this is the male version of Rocket Man. I'm telling you, he has a little bit more sense to him. Well, thank you for renewing, Earth. I really appreciate that. This judge also, she's a character. Yesterday in a hearing the other day, she was actually chewing gum, which is funny because in the YSL hearing the other day, she chewed out the defense attorney for chewing gum. Now I'm going to turn on subtitles, but they are not, yep, they're already on. They do not look how packed that room is. People are interested in this case. But he to me is a male, more professionally accomplished version of Rocket Man. And for those of you who don't know what I mean when I say Rocket Man, yeah, I actually saw something about that, Christina. So if you don't know what I mean by Rocket Man, where are my clips? Sorry. This is what I mean by Rocket Man.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, perfect. Your Honor, I would like to sidebar here. Is this, Your Honor, sidebar? Because she couldn't file on me.
I am going to advise you, Miss Oriani.
That's fine.
You do have the right not to incriminate yourself.
I do.
Don't know.
And I would not like to speak on anything that has to do with that.
Please talk.
Can I please talk? This guy is, I mean, look at him. They just, their energy is like so much the same. And so what was happening is that he was being accused by his office staff of he was being accused of his office staff of a hostile work environment and of harassment. Okay. And there was all kinds of evidence. There were actual videos of him. He was being accused of having an affair with one of his underlings and of giving that underling favorable treatment. His staff actually followed him and his underling to a lunch date and filmed them exiting a car in a parking lot, in a state of clearly just been fucked. Come on, turn on the volume, people. Turn on the volume, Law and Crime. Let me see if this is playing. Let me see if I can find another feed where they actually have the volume on. Well, they have the volume on Court TV, but they're behind in that one. Hello, Cinnamon Girl. Hello, Lacey Ann. This case is insane. Let me see if I can find another feed. It's so funny. Like, Long Crime, why do you not have your freaking... It's so funny. This is just crazy. I just don't understand why they aren't. And there's no other live channels except Court TV, which is behind. Oh, I might have found one.
Murder with use of a deadly weapon. Victim 60 years of age or older. Felony.
All right.
Committed at and within the county of Clark, state of Nevada, on or about the second day of September 2022 as follows. Did willfully and lawfully with malice aforethought kill Jeffrey
Look at his
Gehrman,
mug.
60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gehrman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by...
This guy cannot keep looking. He wears everything on his face.
To an older person. Dated this 19th day of October 2022, Stephen B. Wilson, Clark County District Attorney, signed by Pamela Weckerly, Chief Deputy District Attorney, to which the defendant has pled not guilty.
Thank you. This case is based on the indictment, which has just been read to you by the clerk of the court. You should distinctly understand that the indictment is simply a charge and that it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations.
So no, unfortunately, just for our own selfish purposes, he's not representing himself. He is now represented by a lawyer. I think he wishes he could represent himself because he can't. You could tell he's just bouncing out of his seat he wants to be heard, but he realizes that this is a murder trial and it's, he is actually a lawyer, right? So it's not totally off base to represent himself, but it is a smart decision for him not to represent himself. But look at him. He can't keep his weird. This man is just weird. I'm sorry, you guys. He is just a weird ass dude. Look at him. I'm sorry.
Who makes objections on behalf of the party he or she represents. At times I may sustain objections.
And the judge is kind of a character too.
Testimony or exhibits. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Remember, statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorneys stipulate as to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feeling of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or the defendant. Both sides are entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. In considering the weight and value of the testimony of any witness, you may take into consideration the appearance, attitude, and behavior of the witness, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, if any, the relation of the witness to the defendant or to the state, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, and the probability or improbability of the witness's statements, and all of the facts and circumstances in evidence. Thus you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value as you believe the testimony of the witness is entitled to receive. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is testimony or exhibits which are proof of a particular fact from which if proven, you may infer the existence of a second fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence.
So I was watching the long crime chat the other day. There was a hearing in this matter, and the comments about the judge were kind of brutal. Now, if you've been watching my channel, hey Patricia, if you've been watching your channel, you know I don't like people to be extremely cruel and mean about people's looks. I don't mind a little bit of shade here and there, but when you take barbs about people and how they look, when it's something they can't help, that I'm not going to come down on you. I just don't prefer it myself. I'm going to give you some examples of what I mean. Okay. So that judge looks like she had been rolled up and put away. That's the kind of chat that I don't see any of you saying that, or I don't believe any of you would say that. But that's a type of a chat that I will just delete. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Judge looks like she has a problem with cigs. I mean, that's unnecessary, right? But saying it's unprofessional to chew gum, there's nothing super cruel about saying something like that. There's nothing super cruel about saying that the lipstick is too dark. That's a fashion choice, right? Not a big deal. I'm just giving you an idea. I also don't have a huge problem with talking about how the defendant, represents themselves and the looks they have on their faces. But I just try not to get too harsh about their inherent features. Okay. That's all. So to me, we have enough to work with when it comes to their behavior and the kind of weird looks on his faces and and stuff like that. So that's all I'm saying. But man, long crime, their chat can be brutal sometimes,
Do
man.
not talk to each other about anyone who has anything to do with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide upon your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you are
No,
a juror
that's
in a
not the
criminal
same
case, but
judge
don't tell them
as Ash in the
anything
Box.
else
Not the
about
same
it
one.
until after you've been discharged by the court. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report that to me immediately by contacting the court marshal. Do not read any news stories or articles or listen to any radio or television reports about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. As jurors, you will be given the opportunity to ask written questions of the witnesses called to
Now
testify.
that's
in
his
the case.
lawyer sitting
You are
all
not
the way to the
encouraged,
left of
therefore, to
him,
come with
and he
questions,
seems to
because that is
be
the primary
very
responsibility of
interested in
counsel.
something over to
Questions may be
his
asked, but only in
right,
the following manner.
or I'm
After
sorry, to
both
the right
lawyers
of
have
him.
finished questioning the witness, and only at this time, for additional questions, you
I
would
don't know
like
who
to ask the
Jocelyn
witness, you may
Wildenstein
then
is.
seek permission
Maybe
to
I
ask
should
that
know that,
witness
Patricia,
a
but I'm
written
not sure who that
question.
is.
Should you desire to ask a question, write your question down with your juror number on a full sheet of clean paper and raise your hand. All questions from jurors must be factual in nature and designed to clarify information already presented. In addition, jurors must not place undue weight on the responses to their questions. The court marshal will pick up your question and present it to the court. All questions must be directed to the witness and not to the lawyers or to the court. After consulting with counsel, I would then
The court
determine if your
security
questions
guard
meet
or the
the
bailiff,
proper.
whatever in the
If I
back there,
determine
he's
that your
looking,
question
he's
is
already
appropriately asked,
looking
I will ask the question.
bored.
No adverse inference should be drawn if the court does not allow a particular question.
A little
You
fidgety.
follow that procedure pretty strictly, so you'll know when it's your opportunity to ask written questions. When the witness is done being questioned by both sides, I'm going to turn to the witness. I'm going to thank them for being here, and I'm going to excuse them from their subpoena. If you want to ask a written question, just please get my attention. I will have the witness stay here until you have an opportunity to write your question down and present it to the court. What I don't do is after I do excuse a witness from their subpoena, I will not require them to come back to the courthouse.
By the way, so
to answer
the
questions
jury
from
is made up of
jurors. Just please get my attention when you do
14
excuse,
people.
That juror, if you do have a written question.
It's 14
That
people,
witness knows there
7
were notebooks
women
on the
and
chair,
7
and
men.
more notebooks. They must remain in the courtroom at all times until
So
you go
obviously
back
there
to
are
your verdict.
2
In the
alternates.
front, if there's a pocket that you can open up, there's a sheet of paper.
This man, he just can't help but wear everything he's processing on his face. He's like a virtual display board of every emotion, of every word that's being said in the room.
Every time we take a recess is in there as well. And if you need to refer to the procedure to ask written questions, that is in there as well. Also, at the very end, there should be some paper there for you to take notes. You're not required to take notes, but you may take notes. When you go back to deliberate upon your verdict, you will not have a transcript. So it will be your memories collectively, and any notes that you have taken, you'll be able to share those and refer to those during your deliberations. At the end of the day, the court marshal is under court order to collect those notebooks. He puts them in a safe place. I assure you, I will not let anyone have access to those notebooks. They will be kept strictly confidential. Your notes will be kept confidential. And when you come in the next morning, your notebooks will be on your chairs waiting for you. At this time, the state of Nevada may address the jury panel in their opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. All day long,
I agree
on
with
September the 2nd of 2022, Roy and Holly Bailey were concerned about their neighbor across the street. He was a man by the name of Jeffrey Gehrman. The Baileys and Gehrman had been neighbors for over 20 years, so they had come to know each other's habits. And on the 2nd of September of 2022, the Baileys noticed that Mr. Gehrman's garage door was open and his car was parked in his garage, and that was unusual. They called him, they texted him all day on the 2nd of September, and they didn't get a response. Finally, on the evening of the 2nd, Mr. Bailey went over and just shut the garage for Jeff just to protect his house. But at that time, they still hadn't received any response from their calls or texts. On September the 3rd, still having no response, Roy Bailey walked over to Jeff Garriman's house and was trying to check on him. He found his neighbor, Jeff Garriman, on the side of his house. Mr. Garriman was over 60 years old at the time, and so initially it was thought that maybe he had a medical episode. Soon after, though, it was discovered that he had been murdered. Mr. Garriman had sharp force injuries to multiple parts of his body, all over. He also, when they found him on September the 3rd, had signs of decomposition, indicating that he had not been killed on the 3rd, but was killed earlier. Investigators assessed the crime scene and took note of several things. One of the things they took note of was that Mr. Garriman's phone was in his pocket. His car keys were in his pocket as well. His wallet with money was on his person as well, suggesting to investigators that robbery was not a motive in this case. Investigators looked around the surrounding area of where Mr. Garriman was found, and they noticed damage to the bushes in the area of where the body was. They looked closer and actually saw blood on some of the bushes in the area by Mr. Garriman's body. And they noticed it on some of the outdoor decorations as well. And they took note of that in their investigation. There appeared to be blood on some of those items. Detectives and crime scene analysts looked inside Mr. Garriman's house as well. Inside the house, there was no sign of forced entry. There was no sign of struggle. All of his valuables were present inside the house. Oops, let me back up just a little bit. Sure.
Hey, Rachel Lee. Wow, they already have a sidebar. They already have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. And you members do have a sidebar emoji. And they didn't even call a sidebar. That it's so funny. Long Crime literally just turned on their audio and it's horrible. Yeah, Patricia mentioned Wildenstein. I don't even know who that is. I guess I should know who it is. So the trial basically is lived on this man's face. Every second of this trial is lived on this man's face. You just trust and believe. He is not pro se. He is now being represented by what seems to be a pretty competent lawyer. This poor lawyer probably had to get up to speed in record time because he was just appointed not too long ago, a few months ago. I mean, it had to be just a couple months ago. But at least this guy was, the defendant was smart enough to get himself a lawyer. Unlike Sarah Boone. Well, she just acted herself out of several lawyers. Okay, I'll brace myself. but anyway, I do appreciate how the prosecutor really just jumped right into the facts. And she's a clear speaker. I don't know what they're laughing about. The volume is turned all the way up. You know, it's always the technical difficulties. I think maybe what was happening, I noticed that as she was going through, the prosecutor was going through her slides, things were advancing faster than she wanted them to advance, always with the technical issues. Always, always, always. I should make some sort of custom emoji about technical issues in court, because there are always technical issues. Somebody, some innovator needs to make a technical solution that works for all courtrooms. But then all courtrooms would have to adopt it, and that's just never going to happen. I mean, hey, Stacy. So if you're just joining us, like our friend Stacy and Rachel, they just got underway with opening arguments. The prosecutor had just got on a roll, and then they did a unannounced sidebar, and it looks to be because of technical issues. I did see a little bit of a crime scene photo flash up real quickly, like you could see Jeff Gehrman's body laying there. There wasn't any gore or anything, but you could see his body laying there. And I think what they're potentially trying to prevent is any of that continuing to happen, you know, with crime scene photos and whatnot.
Okay, thank
At
you.
least I hope
Sorry
that's
about
what they're
that.
doing.
As I was saying, detectives and investigators checked the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house. There was no sign of forced entry. All his valuables were present, and there was no indication that anything
Hey,
had been
Chopper.
disturbed anywhere in his house. So the scene ends up being kind of that side area of his house, those bushes, and where his body was. And as I discussed before, his car was present in his garage as well. Investigators did find some clues as to a timeline of the last hours of Mr. Gehrman's life. They looked through his trash, and they found a receipt that was dated on September the 2nd, and it was a receipt for Roberto's Taco Shop, and the transaction time was 9:03 a.m. So detectives go and pull the video from Roberto's Taco Shop to see if they can find Jeff Gehrman present, and he's alive and well at that time. The video time at Roberto's was incorrect, so they went by the cash register receipt, the transaction time, which was 9:03 a.m. On the 2nd, and they watched, and he bought his food and went back to the car, and it was uneventful. One thing that was lucky for detectives was that the Baileys, the couple that lived across the street from Mr. Gehrman, had a home surveillance system. And one of their cameras actually pointed to the front of Jeff Gehrman's house. So they pull that video, and they see a figure come to the side of Mr. Gehrman's house. And the figure, as you saw, is dressed in orange. And that person stays lying in wait for Jeff Gehrman. Mr. Gehrman opens his garage and goes over to that side yard and he's attacked. After killing Jeff Gehrman, the assailant walks down from the side yard and goes back down Jeff Gehrman's street and just walks away. He's picked up on additional surveillance video a little bit further down the street. And eventually there's surveillance of this individual seen getting into a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And so police try to collect all available video that is present in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Jeff Gehrman's body was transported for an autopsy at the Clark County Medical Examiner's office. When his body was at the office, the cause of death was determined to be multiple sharp force injuries. A crime scene analyst attended the autopsy and collected
Look at his
fingernail
face.
clippings and scrapings from Jeff Gehrman's hands to see if there was foreign DNA present. Those samples were taken to Metro's DNA lab, and foreign DNA was detected in the right fingernail clippings of Jeff Gehrman. There was foreign DNA collected, but no one knew who it belonged to. So the murder happens on September the 2nd. Mr. Gehrman's body is found on September the 3rd. After that, Metro released through their public information officer images of that assailant and of the vehicle. So after Metro released those images to the public, asking for help if anybody recognized the vehicle or anyone recognized the individuals, they get a lot of calls come in. And some of the calls they get are about an individual by the name of Robert TELLES. the defendant. At the time, Mr. Telles was the elected public administrator for Clark County, and a public administrator, when someone dies, sometimes handles the property and looking for next of kin in order to apportion property after someone's death. And in 2022, Mr. Telles was running for re-election for his post as the Clark County administrator. And detectives learned that Jeff Gehrman had written a series of unflattering articles about Robert Telles. In those news stories, Gehrman alleged that Mr. Telles had engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a coworker. He alleged that he was a bad manager and that he engaged in favoritism and bullying in the workplace. That was the first article. Mr. Gehrman wrote a second article saying that another individual had to be appointed to the public administrator's office in order to take over the management, alleging that Mr. Telles was a poor manager. Soon after those articles ran in June, Mr. Telles lost his primary election for public administrator, and Mr. Gehrman wrote about that as well. Mr. Telles responded to the articles written by Mr. Gehrman and claimed they were politically motivated, that they were unfair, and he generally disputed what was alleged in those articles. And following this post by Robert Telles, Jeff Gehrman wrote another article about Robert Telles, alleging many of the things that I had previously discussed. Mr. Telles also engaged in, I guess, saying unfavorable things about Mr. Gehrman on Twitter. He accused Mr. Gehrman of going through his trash. He accused Mr. Gehrman of being a bully. He accused Mr. Gehrman of threatening him, all over Twitter, which I guess is now X. Meanwhile, the police do more investigation and they learn that the Telles family has a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And that is important, obviously, because that is seen in the video connected to the assailant. So the search for video, where it sort of started in Gehrman's neighborhood, now focuses kind of on the areas in between Telles's neighborhood and Gehrman's neighborhood. And this is not just like, hey, is there any video out there? They really look for video. They have a grid, they assign officers, and everybody is looking for any video of this SUV between the two residences. Now, the police still had their timeline where they could go back and they knew that Jeff Gehrman was alive and well at 9:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And they map out the route between Robert Telles's house and Jeff Gehrman's house. Now, Mr. Telles lives on a street called Spanish Steps, and to get out of his neighborhood, you go down a street called Silk Tassel, and then you can turn on a street called Red Hills Road. And on the morning of the murder of September the 2nd, officers found video of Mr. Telles's SUV leaving his neighborhood on the morning of the murder. To give you some reference point, Mr. Gehrman's residence, as I said, is on Bronze Circle. Streets in his area include Wintergreen Drive and Rock Springs Drive, and detectives go all over that area to see if there's any video that they can find of that Yukon in the neighborhood. And they find on the morning of the murder that that Yukon was present on Rock Springs Drive, and they collect that video. Again, the cross street for Bronze Circle, Mr. Gehrman Street, is Wintergreen Drive. They collect video from Wintergreen Drive as well, and they see the red SUV or maroon SUV in the area as well. They see that maroon SUV interact with kind of workers at a construction site. And the SUV does not go in a direct linear line anywhere. It's picked up on cameras at different times in the area of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood. One of the cameras picks up the driver of the SUV. You can kind of see that orange clothing, and it appears that the driver is the only one present. At some point, the cameras in that neighborhood pick up this individual getting out of the car. And the individual is seen on Wintergreen, walking past Bronze Circle, going south on Wintergreen, going north, kind of meandering around the neighborhood near Jeff Gehrman's house. Ultimately, the individual is seen traveling in the direction of Jeff Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, going further towards Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, and then ultimately to the side of the house. And then in sequence, after the assailant goes to the side of the house, that's when Mr. Gehrman opens his garage door. He goes to the side and he's attacked. The assailant leaves Mr. Gehrman there in the rocks, has his bag with him, and walks down the street. He goes further down the street toward Wintergreen, and he ultimately goes back to that maroon SUV. That maroon SUV, though, then proceeds south on Wintergreen, and it actually heads back in the direction of Gehrman's house. And you can kind of see it parked in front. The individual gets out, goes back towards where the body is. And then the individual returns back to the Yukon. The Yukon leaves Bronze Circle, the cul-de-sac for Jeff Gehrman. It goes back on Wintergreen Drive. It goes west on Washington. It goes on Rampart, goes on Apple, and it goes back to Silk Castle and Mr. Telles's neighborhood. So with this video evidence and the evidence of the conflict between Mr. Gehrman and Mr. Telles, the police seek a search warrant on September the 7th, and they want to get a DNA sample from Mr. Telles. They want to seize his phone, and they also want to search his house. On September 7th, the police make contact with Mr. Telles, and they photograph him all over. In particular, they photograph his hands, and they notice on one of his fingers, he has a Band-Aid. They ask him to remove that Band-Aid, and he has a cut injury on one of his fingers. While detectives are photographing and getting that DNA sample from Mr. Telles, other detectives go to Mr. Telles's house and execute a search warrant there. So they go to the house that very same day on September the 7th, and some of the detectives are looking through the living room area of the house, and they're kind of focused on the end of the couch, sort of underneath. They see a shoe, and there's actually a Ziploc bag on the right side of the photo. They examine the shoe. They find the companion shoe, but that shoe has been cut in half and sort of destroyed. And the bag, that baggie that was underneath that couch, actually contains pieces of the shoe as well. So they collect that evidence. And the reason why that was important for them is they compared it to the shoes worn by that assailant on Bronze Circle on September the 2nd. They don't just search in the house, they search in the garage as well. And there's a gray kind of tub in the garage that sort of stores stuff. And they take a closer look, and they look at that bag there, and they photograph it and impound it. And they believe the bag is significant in their search because the assailant was carrying a bag that's exactly like the one they found in Mr. Telles's house. So they find the shoes, they find the bag. They do a search in this garage, which is quite crowded with stuff. And on this, at the bottom of this red tool cabinet, they find a bag from, like a grocery bag from Sprouts. And inside that bag, they find a hat that has been cut up as well. And the hat, of course, is significant because it has the same identifying characteristics as the hat worn by the assailant. So this is all happening on September the 7th. Detectives return Mr. Telles back to his house on September the 7th, and they actually rush to process his DNA sample that same day. And it's determined that that foreign DNA that was found in those fingernail clippings taken from autopsy of Jeff Gehrman, that foreign DNA is consistent with Robert Telles. So they go back to his residence with the intent of taking him into custody for the murder of Jeff Gehrman. And they come to find eventually that he has inflicted injuries on himself, a suicide attempt, and they have to transport him to the hospital for treatment, but he is taken into custody. After that occurs, remember how I said that they took his phone as well? They're able to see some of the messages that occurred between Jeff Gehrman and Robert Telles. One of those messages is from Mr. Gehrman on May the 10th. You can see it at the bottom of 2022, where Mr. Gehrman says, "Hi, this is Jeff Gehrman from the Review Journal. I'm putting together a story on your office. I've talked to several employees who have said you have created a hostile work environment. They also say you've had an inappropriate relationship with one of your staffers, and I very much wanted to talk to you and sort of get your side of the story. After that message was sent, Robert Telles actually does agree to be interviewed by Jeff Garriman, and he invites him to the public administrator's office, and he sits down with him for an interview. And this is the story that ran digitally for the Review Journal.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress, bullying, and favoritism. Robert Telles, who leads the office, has also faced allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a coworker, Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Garriman, Telles disputed several complaints.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
You know, earlier I introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're folks who all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've done my best to try to make everyone happy, but again, it's got to be within a certain framework. And people just cannot get to do whatever they want, you know. And it's unfortunate that, you know, we have some people who were here from before, who were basically trying to railroad me. And again, you met those other folks, you know, they're happy, they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Telles, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
And again, no matter what type of gestures I try to make to smooth things over, to make sure that they're happy, you know, they just don't, you know, it's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work when I've got these other folks who are constantly, you know, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But, you know, we're doing it, but it's hard.
Telles denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people raising these allegations about you and quote, you know, personal relationship that you have, what do you say to people about that?
Honestly, it's not true. I said, I'm, you know, all of my friends, all my family know how much I love my wife. And if you look at, you know, obviously you can't talk to people that do it on a daily basis. You know, but from my social media, from everything, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it's sickening me, it destroys me that somebody would even level like accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal. It's unreal the lengths that they're going to. They don't have any qualms trying to ruin my personal life to win this race.
The digital version also included a link with some video of Mr. Telles and the alleged, the person he was allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with. So after this story ran, Mr. Telles contacts Jeff Garriman, and he's upset. He tells Mr. Garriman, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you," I think he means proof here, "proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair and balanced." So what happens after that? Mr. Garriman contacts Robert Telles again, and this time the communication is about the county deciding to appoint another person within the public administrator's office to help run things. Mr. Garriman messages Mr. Telles, "I understand that Mike Murphy has been brought in by the county, hired by a county as a consultant to work at to work in the office with you guys for a while, and I wanted to see if you had any kind of comment about that. Mr. Telles messages back to Mr. Gehrman, I will be providing it to you this evening. Later on, Mr. Telles posts that statement that I had shown you earlier, where he says it's politically motivated, none of the allegations are true, this is unfair, I'm being unfairly attacked. All of the things alleged in those articles are false. And what happens after that? Well, Mr. Gehrman writes the story about the consultant being appointed at the public administrator's office. After those two stories run, Mr. Gehrman contacts TELLES again. He says, I'm putting together another story on your office. This is now in June the 16th. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view this as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I'd like to get your comments. And Mr. Telles responds back, it's fine, at this point they've won, do what you'd like. And of course, after that, Mr. Telles loses his primary election, so he will no longer be one way or another in, as of 2023, the public administrator. Another thing that detectives found in Mr. Telles's phone is something associated with like a phone extraction. So when you have a cell phone, it can be downloaded by this program called Celebrite, and it'll download a lot of the data in your phone. And one of the things that was downloaded from Mr. Telles's phone is files that he accessed on Google Maps, and you can see their thumbnail photos associated with those maps that he downloaded. And it's probably hard to see because they're little, the thumbnails of what that picture, those two pictures are of. But here's a bigger version, and it should look familiar to you because it's the side of Jeff Gehrman's house where Mr. Gehrman's body was ultimately found. And that image was in Mr. Telles's phone. Detectives also execute a search warrant on the office of Mr. Telles at the public administrator's office. They search his work computer as well. And in some of the searching on his work computer, they find that he was looking up the make and model associated with Jeff Gehrman's car, which I think is a Honda. So that was found in his work computer as well. And all that, all the articles kind of conclude in like late June of 2022. In July of 2022, Mr. Gehrman does a public records request from the county. And the records request is for more documents and communications from the public administrator's office. And specifically, he's asking for emails between Robert Telles and an individual by the name of Roberta Lee Kennett. He's asking for all communications and messages on Teams, which is a way, inter-office way of communicating. He's asking for text messages from their cell phones, and he notes, probably as all reporters do, that you're required as a county agency to respond to a public records request. That request takes place again in July of 2022. The county notifies Mr. Telles that, hey, Mr. Gehrman is requesting additional information from the office, and they're going to work to fulfill that public records request. Mr. Telles responds to the county that he would like to see whatever is going to be provided in the public records request and asks about how he may be able to do so. And then several weeks pass, and there's another communication from attorneys for the county about the public records request. And if you look at the date and time on this, this is a notification from the DA civil employees about that request on September the 1st of 2022 at 5:45 p.m. So that's about 15 hours before the murder occurs. he gets a notification about Mr. Gehrman's request. On a calendar, there's an email on the 1st at 5:45 p.m. and about 15 hours later, the murder occurs. In the end, this case isn't about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And at the end of the presentation of the evidence, we'll ask you to hold him responsible for his conduct.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any
Well, that's the kind of opening statement I can get into, you guys. I mean, man, that's the kind of opening statement that is so chock full of evidence that it will be so interesting to see how the how the defense tries to get beyond this. What is their defense strategy? And it's going to be so interesting. What is the defense strategy? Is it going to be he's more Darvoing? Well, he was the victim. He was being defamed. How are they going to they could potentially dispute that there's no proof that that was him in that disguise. But my understanding is, so this trial is supposed to take 2 weeks, okay? 2 weeks. And the prosecution says they're going to bring something like 20 witnesses. And I'm sure several of those are going to be experts. But, and the defense has stated already up front that Robert Telles is going to take the stand. And that is no surprise. That's no surprise because obviously right up until recently, he was planning to defend himself. The man can't go a day without having his voice heard and, you know, him telling his side of the story and, you know, quote unquote, clearing his name, right? But that opening argument was it was just chock full of digital evidence. I mean, she started right out. Boom, you know, a neighbor is concerned. She goes over there. She sees Jeff Gehrman laying there, calls 911, and immediately they detect that there's been a dispute between Robert Telles and Jeff Gehrman, and they do a grid search of surveillance footage, you know, from neighborhoods and from, you know, retail businesses, commercial businesses, home video footage. They're able to digitally track his movements in his maroon SUV. I mean, there's just, and then there's just constantly as I watch these trials, I'm blown away at how there's all these criminals who think they're brilliant, but they're actually smart. And one of the people I have in mind with this is Robert Telles, because when you see the evidence in this and you see the fact, yeah, I really like that channel, Rachel. Dreading is a great channel. Another channel I like for breakdowns on things like, sorry, I'm going off on a little tangent here. It's like, as we know, the Mr. Beast situation is really blowing up right now. It's kind of cooled off in the last maybe 24 or 48 hours, but the Mr. Beast situation has really blew up over the past couple weeks. And the channel I really like breaking that stuff down is called Upper Echelon. Upper Echelon. And also Dreading is another good channel for true crime, just true crime documentary breakdowns. So anyway, back to there are so many criminals out there who think they're brilliant, but they're not. They're just dumb. And one of the many examples of that is how the guy wears this very new and distinctive looking hat that he then cuts up. He then cuts it up and keeps it with him. And they find it when they execute a search warrant. They find it, cut up the same exact hat. It has the same features. So I guess what the defense is probably going to try to do is they're going to try to say that hat, there's no proof that that's the same hat. They're going to try to say that there's no proof that that's really him in that video because you can't see his face. But how are they going to get around, like, they didn't actually play, unless I'm mistaken, sometimes my short-term memory fails me a little bit. Sorry about that, PTSD brain, but I don't think they played the audio evidence yet, and there is DNA evidence in this case. There's I just think the evidence is overwhelming, which made it even more interesting that he wanted to defend himself. It's selfishly unfortunate that this stupid who thinks he's brilliant criminal doesn't want to defend himself, because it would have made it much more entertaining. Damn it, I have the hiccups now. I hate it when that happens. But I mean, excuse me, it is just so gosh darn overwhelming that the evidence on him, and even the looks on his face as he's looking at the, watching the prosecutor just very non-dramatically. She's not being histrionic. She's not trying to make, this opening argument about herself. She's not trying to showboat. She's not trying to make a name for herself. She's not like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be on, on camera. Let's make myself into a star. Nope. She just stood there and said what she had to say. Now, in case you have, just to focus on it, slightly shift gears a little bit in court news. I don't know if you've seen this, but there's been a lot of drama going on in the YSL case. And they've recently come back to court. They've recently brought the jury back and had a defendant come back and start testifying. And I don't know if the word is hostile witness, but he's definitely a freaking entertaining witness. Woody, the entertaining witness. Okay. So while we're waiting for them to come back, I'm just going to show you a little bit of Woody, the entertaining witness. Okay. Because this guy, not only does he make no argument about not wanting to be there, being a completely hostile witness, but he also makes no argument about being basically a liar, a thug liar. And let me see if I'm not sure if I've picked out the right clip, but let's watch some of it. Okay, it's crazy, but I'm still watching for when they come back into court.
Mr. Copeland, do you know a person by the name of Shell Cal?
Henry Cobb.
Okay, so witnesses are always coached to say, you know, if you don't really, if you don't know the answer to a question, if you don't know an answer to a question, just say you don't recall. It's okay to say you don't recall. What this guy does is basically says, I don't recall to any question that listen, just listen.
Or say you don't recall if you know someone by the name of Shell Cal?
That's an answer to her question.
Sustain.
Do you recall speaking with law enforcement about an individual that you know by the name of Shell Cal?
Henry Cobb.
I want to go back to.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the same kid that when the trial first started, at the very beginning, I showed some footage from this trial where a guy was literally nodding out on the stand. I think it's the same kid. I'm pretty sure this is the same kid where he literally, his head was sitting all the way back on his back, and he was basically not there in the courtroom. He was somewhere else.
December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when the shooting occurred?
Henry Cobb.
Okay, Stacy. Stacy asked what happened in this case. Stacy, this is a RICO case. A RICO case, a racketeering. It's a case against the Young Thug Life gang in Georgia, the prosecutors allege was run by Young Thug. And the trial has been going on for months and months and months and months. The jury selection in and of itself took 6 months. Oh, they're back. Oh, they were just checking the mic. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, they're not back. They were just checking the mic. So anyway, so the RICO charges include murder and drug trafficking and if I recall correctly, human trafficking and, you know, wire fraud, all the possible things that you might include in a RICO gang related case. And one of the major things that they had to determine before trial was whether Young Thug's lyrics would be included in the trial. And they did allow for some of the lyrics to be included. About a month ago, the judge had to remove himself from the case because it was determined that he was being too partial to the prosecution. The judge actually held Young Thug's attorney, his defense attorney, in contempt, and sentenced him to I think it was 10 weeks or several days in jail that he had to serve over weekends. There are many defendants in this case, and then there are just as many lawyers, more lawyers. Leading up to this trial, several of the lawyers were held in contempt. Lawyers were caught bringing contraband into the court for their defendants. Okay? Literally, lawyers were caught bringing contraband. One witness, who's, you know, an alleged gang member, was literally dragged out of the court into a separate room and strip searched, and they found weed up his butt in his underwear. Okay? And that weed was brought to him by his lawyer. Another so much has happened, and it's like a circus, because, you know, on the defense side of things, they're claiming just rampant corruption. On the prosecution side, they're just claiming that this is just completely a corrupt and politically driven case. It's the same county and the same DA's office that brought the case against Trump. So it's freaking crazy. And this witness is just entertaining as hell.
Let me ask you.
And listen to this particular prosecutor's voice. You can tell this prosecutor has been talking so much in this courtroom and in this trial that her voice is barely holding up.
Also, back in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cow?
I don't recall.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a club Crucial and getting into a fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cow?
I don't recall nothing. It happened years ago.
All right. Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
Right. On January 11th, 2015, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3:00 in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past?
I wish all of YouTube True Crime would see this. He's like, I'm a liar. You expect me to remember something that I lied about in the past? That's about as fucking real as it gets, you guys. I fucking died when I was like falling asleep when I heard this the other night, and I bolted straight up. I was like, oh my God. We got to hear this again. We got to hear this again.
10th, 2015.
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past? Like I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorne,
Now, I'm sorry. It's really, it's insensitive to laugh about something. This involves a victim, right? It involves a victim. And he's basically trying to say, you know, he's basically trying to deny talking about a murder that he talked about before, and they're back in court. But I just found it like hilarious.
Your Honor
that
said
he would
this
say
morning
that
that the
in court.
defense
All right.
may make an opening statement. You discussed yesterday and the day before that the defense may sit, not say a single word, not even ask a single question, not present a single piece of evidence, and be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Oftentimes, defense attorneys, in presumably at the get-go what appear to be tough cases, sit back, wait, attempt to poke holes at the state's cases it's presented, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stand before you today and tell you what this case is about. Her Honor said this morning when she instructed you that it's upon you and you alone to make inferences from the evidence in this case. And when the evidence is complete and the evidence is closed, we're going to ask you to do that. This case is entitled The State of Nevada versus Robert TELLES. But let's talk just a little bit about Mr. TELLES. He's a family man, married, 3 children. He's a loving father and husband. He's a self-made man. He applied to our law school here, UNLV, and worked doing air conditioning, HVAC. It's a hard way to make a living, put himself through school. In addition to supporting his family and being engaged at school, he became the president of the University Bar. It's basically the student body president of his law school. He ran his own probate firm for 3 years and was named Pro Bono Attorney of the Year by the Nevada Legal Services in 2016. He ran for the Office of Public Administrator and was elected in 2019. He was determined at that point in time to clean up the office of the Public Administrator's office. He went in that office with a goal and with a mission. And as we had spoken briefly through the process of jury selection, he kind of upset the apple cart. He started eliminating unnecessary overtime. He wanted the office to run more efficiently. In some cases, we had public employees that are paid by our tax dollars reporting 40+ hours per week of overtime. And let me tell you, his changes to this office were not received well, and that created this hostile work environment. As a result of this hostility, reports were made, as they should be. Obviously, our public and our duly elected officials should be looked upon. Comes with the job. In Mr. Gehrman's first report, it states among the changes, TELLES has said he made our closing estate cases faster and cutting back on large amounts of tax-funded overtime employees are getting under Cahill. He provided a document that showed one veteran employee received more than $140,000 in overtime between 2017 and 2018. That was on the top of the employee's combined $150,000 regular salary for those years. The employee overtime dropped to roughly $13,500 in 2020, which you can see is a substantial reduction according to the document. Nicole Lofton, an estate coordinator for the past year, said the old guard acts like a little gang and has tried to isolate her. Lofton said she has suffered from migraines and from stress. They told me from the beginning to pick a side, she said, adding that TELLES does everything he can to help her succeed while the other group wants her to failed. Again, that was the source. That was the seed of this hostile, allegedly hostile work environment. After being duly elected, Mr. Telles also began evaluating the ethics of the office's relationship with third-party vendors. And you're going to hear that through the course of this case, because perhaps the state wants to make things simpler. This was part of the facts and the evidence from which you will be called upon to draw inferences. He set out to identify the suspicious nature of businesses conducted by outside facilitators of administration operating under the Independent Administrations Act. And we need to just discuss this a little bit, because the RJ did a very good job of following up on this and reporting these problems. You have people who die. They don't have wills. They may not have heirs. They may not have estates. And unfortunately for them, their legacy is stolen by these third parties. Generally, if a person dies intestate, it goes to the public administrator's office, and they deal with the affairs, which often involves the sale of homes. Under this Independent Administrations Act, there are third parties who would come in, oftentimes with no announcement to the family members, take the properties, devalue the properties, and then turn around and sell them, and then to a straw buyer, and ultimately sell them again and make millions of dollars. Robert Telles was determined to stop that, regardless of the consequences. What we saw here and what he saw when he began was basically corporate interest over public interest in the state of Nevada. We all experience that every day, from basically the national bird, the cones, to the casinos sucking money out of our society for their own gain. And that was occurring at the public administrator's office when Robert Telles was elected. In his review, he discovered the public administrator's office had been favoring Compass Realty in the distribution of home sale contracts. Again, he was upsetting the apple cart. He saw this relationship as truly a violation of Nevada law and the code of ethics governing his office. He also discovered that Compass Realty was using the straw buyer again to conduct this business and to hide their activities. It was an inherent conflict of interest. And Mr. Telles was not going to stand still for this. In March of 2022, Mr. Telles contacted the duly elected district attorney, Steve Wolfson, and he wanted to report his findings to Mr. Wolfson. Now, Mr. Telles was an elected official. So was Mr. Wolfson. It's appropriate for Mr. Wolfson to give an audience to Mr. Telles. He did. Mr. Telles called him, explained his concerns. Mr. Wolfson put him in contact with a detective, Jappy, a Metro Intelligence officer, who generally investigates public corruption. Mr. Wolfson felt that Detective Jappy could be of assistance to Mr. Telles in this investigation, because Mr. Telles felt that laws were being broken and people were being stolen from, heirs were being stolen from by these third parties. Mr. Telles accepted this referral and contacted Mr. Jappy. Again, from this celibate extraction, we have records to corroborate this. Hi, detective, next time you call back, I'm hanging up on anyone else if I'm on a call, because this was very important to Mr. Telles to get this investigation underway. Mr. Telles put together a very exhaustive investigative report to expose this corruption. It was sent to Detective Jappy on March 6, 2022, and it names the individuals that Mr. Telles was primarily concerned about. It contained evidence, it contained exhibits, it contained proof of this corruption that previously his office had turned a blind eye to, and it was the prior guard and ultimately the subsequent guard that went back to the same practices that would concern Mr. Telles. Mr. Telles and Detective Jappy agreed to meet and further discuss the possible bribery and the corruption conspiracy that was occurring within his office. Again, the meeting was unavailable, but nonetheless, Mr. Tellis tried to follow through and is basically saying, hey, we need to get together. I need to provide this information to you and discuss the same. Detective Jaffe returns the email, the text, and says, no worries. Again, Mr. Tellis is following up because he wants to expose this corruption. During their meeting and ultimately met, Detective Jaffe agreed that Mr. Tellis should continue his investigation and that Detective Jaffe would assist in building a case of bribery and corruption. And see, the reason this is important, and we will get there as we begin to unfold this story for you, is there became to be some irregularities, which we're going to present to you. And again, you are called upon to make your inferences from the state of the evidence. Mr. Tellis states, hey, Derek, I'm supposed to have a meeting with this individual and her counsel next week. If you think I try and need to get any specific statements, please give me a call to discuss. He responds, thank you, sir. We'll reach out tomorrow. Detective Jaffe initiated his own investigation and began surveillance. So we have police actors, Metro actors now acting as a consequence or as a result of Mr. Tellis's effort. And we have this surveillance that occurs on April 27th, 2022. And this surveillance is conducted because of what Mr. Tellis was doing. Metro Intelligence was getting involved. Because of this involvement and because of this independent investigation that Mr. Tellis had initially begun, the old guard at the public administrator's office began to push back. Oftentimes, as human beings, we're not happy with change, especially when it affects the bottom line of other people. That's what occurred in this office. In addition to their hostility towards the new employees brought in, Rita Reed and her supporters began following Mr. Tellis to dig up dirt on him. They captured images which you saw in the state's opening statement of Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennett getting out of the back of the vehicle and used this to persuade Jeff Gurman to investigate. Now, Jeff Gurman has been in this community for a lot of years, and if he's presented evidence on other side of the equation, he looks into it, and he did as a result of this old guard trying to get rid of Mr. Tellis. During their investigation, and that being the old guard, Rita Reed announces that she will oppose Robert Tellis in the upcoming election for public administrator. 2 weeks after the first article is published, she receives a campaign contribution from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn totaling $10,000. And oftentimes you hear follow the money. Well, that's what Mr. Tellis was asking Detective Jaffe to do. At this point in time, and this is curious, and this runs into this murder investigation, Detective Jaffe pivots. Initially, he's looking at the true bad actors in this case, but he pivots and begins looking at Robert Tellis, the whistleblower, the person who initiated this investigation.
Look at that
and who's
face.
trying to bring Metro in to investigate the wrongdoing. Hey, sir, two things. Just wanted to know we are still working on what we've talked about and starting to get a better understanding of what's going on. Second, saw the article today and just want to make sure you're all good. Now, this is in reference to that first article that Mr. Garman wrote. And this is Detective Jaffe communicating with Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis responds, thanks, I'm hanging in there. I'll forward you the truth of the matter. It states that, and that's just how Mr. Tellis was feeling. The RJ wants to drag me through the mud. I told the reporter everything, but of course that doesn't sell papers. Detective Jaffe responds, again, we have May 16th, you'll see at the bottom. I understand that completely. Sorry you have to go through this, but the truth will always come out and prevail. And through the for for you to be willing to let the truth prevail. This is of concern. Now, on June 23rd, 2022, Kimberly McMahon, a former real estate agent who provided services for the public administrator, reaches out to Alicia Goodwin, the member of the old guard. All right. We have an email indicating that. Again, we have Goodwin, who's part of the old guard. Kimberly McMahon somehow getting involved in influencing Detective Jappy. We have Kimberly McMahon, who is a former real estate agent and officer, wanting to get together and discuss these articles and what's going on in the public administrator's office. This goes so far that on 8/9, Detective Jappy is approached by Ms. McMahon. It's our belief, and we believe this will be disclosed through the course of this trial, that Alicia Goodwin and Rita Reed put her up to this. McMahon states, and I will submit to you that there will be no evidence produced that this is true, but McMahon told Jappy that there is some attempt to receive kickbacks in exchange for real estate listings referred to the public administrator's office. So again, the very thing that he's accusing others of, it's getting turned on him. And we're having Detective Jappy, we have Metro pivoting. And Ms. McMahon gives the formal interview with Jappy. So we're now, again, having this pushback from the old guard as a result of Mr. Telles's involvement and calling in. I mean, we have this gentleman that's on trial in this case calling in for the assistance of Metro to discover and expose this corruption. This is what's really important. At the time of the alleged solicitation of kickbacks, where she's claiming that that man is soliciting kickbacks from her, so she's kind of got a dual thing going on. At the time, she's a lieutenant for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and also a real estate agent. We're to believe that a public official is trying to solicit bribes from a police officer, and I submit to you that the facts will show and common sense will dictate that that's just absurd. This very same public official, Robert Telles, is the one that conducted his own investigation, his own independent investigation to try and bring Metro attention to this corruption. We're now to believe that this gentleman is actually soliciting kickbacks from a Metro detective. In response to McMahon's statement, Detective Jappy files an application for a pen register and a trap and trace with real-time precision location of Mr. Telles's cell phone. Now, this is important, and see, this is the crossover and why it's important for you to understand the factual backdrop of all the facts in this case. Mr. Telles is actually subject to this pen register, this trap and trace device during the time that this murder is allegedly committed by him. See, what happens is in today's modern reality, everything oftentimes boils down to the cell phones. I mean, every second that we have the cell phones with us, there's messages being sent, there's signals being sent 1,000 times a second to nearby cell towers, ultimately through satellites. I mean, our position and our whereabouts is tracked all the time. So Detective Jappy submits this warrant because we have a privacy right in our phones. He submits a warrant to a judge and gets an order authorizing Mr. Telles to, in essence, be tracked. Now, this pen register does not capture the content of communications. It doesn't capture the information that's sent via text or otherwise, but it collects what they call the metadata. It gets your location, sometimes within feet. Oftentimes it's in relation to a cell phone tower, but it's more specific than that. You get the data concerning who's calling, who's sending, and who's receiving communications. Again, there's a Fourth Amendment protection, but we don't get into the content of the conversation, but it lets us know, it lets law enforcement know who Mr. Tellis is communicating with, where he's at, in essence, what he's doing in relation to the people that he's in communication with as a result of a cell phone. This is the warrant produced and obtained by Detective Jappy based upon that former, but she was at the time when these solicitations supposedly occurred, was a Metro detective. On the same day, and this is August 17th, Detective Jappy initiates surveillance of Mr. Tellis. We have a surveillance log, August 17th, 2022. So in truth, we have this full pivot that occurs, which is apparently based upon these allegations made by Ms. McMahon at the insistence of the old guard. What's interesting is during this August 17th, 2022 surveillance, got Mr. Tellis taking care of his family. I mean, he's been away, he's been an official, he's lost his election. I mean, he's going back, focusing on what's important. He's focusing on his family. The surveillance that's being conducted by Metro Intelligence, I mean, they've got him going to Home Depot, picking up food at Chipotle. He's with family, he's home, nothing more. On September 2nd, the tragic murder of Jeff Gehrman occurs. But it's important for you to know that this murder occurs with the trap and trace active on Robert Tellis's cell phone. Detective Jappy and Metro captures no cell site location data which would implicate Robert Tellis in the murder of Jeff Gehrman. We do know that at some point in that day, there were signals being received and sent, but the cell phone doesn't put Robert Tellis there. He's at home. He's not at home the entire day. Around noon, evidence will be presented to you that he's at a gym working out. And this is after he supposedly commits this murder. Another thing needs to be pointed out is the red or maroon Yukon, the Denali from the surveillance video, is never positively identified. Obviously, the state's going to call upon you to make references. But a DMV search produced 67 possible hits for the vehicle, matching that description. And what's important to note, it's Metro who should be objectively and even-handedly obtaining information, searching for evidence, never follows up on the other vehicles. From the get-go, they're concerned with Robert Tellis and Robert Tellis alone. This is the email confirming, and this is Metro emails concerning the 67 red Denalis that basically match the description of the one that you watched the video of, and that we all watched it together just moments ago. Ms. Weckley did an apt job of laying out the crime scene, and you will see many photos of the crime scene. There's blood everywhere. I mean, this was a stabbing. There's blood in the bushes. There's blood on the ground. There's blood all over Jeff Gehrman as he lays dead on the side of his house. The state has shown you and will show you many more pictures of the DNA that's claimed to have been found under Jeff Gehrman's nails. But what's very important, and we'd ask you to take into account all of the evidence or the lack of the evidence in this case, is that no blood whatsoever is found on Mr. Tellis. If this struggle had occurred, it would be reasonable to assume, if it had in fact been Mr. Tellis, that there would have been exchange of blood or of DNA. And there will be a great deal of testimony concerning DNA Inferences will be made and inferences will be drawn and inferences will be attacked concerning the significance of the state's findings. The shoes that you were shown photos of that were recovered at Mr. Tellers' residence, no blood whatsoever on them. The bag that's found in his garage or in the room, storage room, no blood whatsoever found on that bag. The hat that they claim they found cut up, again, no connection, no tie whatsoever to Jeff Cameron. There is no rational explanation as to why the hat and shoes were cut into pieces, except that it's probably easier to conceal and plant. Why else would they be cut up? Why else would they be in that strange condition? What's important, again, is there's no blood on them. There's nothing tying those articles that were found in Mr. Telles's house to Jeff Cameron. A witness provided a statement to police that the killer was spotted in the same outfit days before the murder, acting suspiciously. That was never followed up on. Somebody similarly dressed, similarly clothed, no follow-up, because from the get-go, Robert Telles was the target of this investigation. What's also important is the cell site location does not place him near that part where the individual matching this description previously was found. I'd also submit to you its significance is this meandering. That was the state's words, the meandering before this attack occurred. There's going to be a claim and an argument made that Mr. Telles was researching this location, or they believe it was him. Why the meandering if it was him? The washing of the vehicles, and this is important because warrants were based upon this. Mr. Telles was again subject to surveillance after the date of Jeff Cameron's murder. He's surveilled by Metro Intelligence washing 3 vehicles in front. At that point in time, and again, maybe there's been another pivot, but at that point in time, Metro felt that he was destroying evidence. Maybe he was cleaning up. Reason would make it a reasonable argument, or reason would obviously dictate that the person's involved in this stabbing and gets into the vehicle, and there's obviously blood. Wouldn't there be blood on the vehicle? Wouldn't there be blood on the brakes, on the floor mats, somewhere inside the vehicle? Well, none was ever found. And in fact, this surveillance, and previous to this hearing, issues were made concerning this attempt to conceal evidence. Well, there was no evidence to dispose of. And the surveillance of him washing the outside of these 3 vehicles, and this is on September 6th. This is 4 days later. There's no evidence whatsoever and no videos, no filming of him trying to conceal any evidence in reference to the subject vehicle or the other 2. I would submit to you that the facts would show, and common sense would dictate that if he were trying to conceal a crime, he wouldn't wash all 3 vehicles. And obviously, he would be concerned with the inside of the vehicle. Now, on this September 6th surveillance, it makes reference to a prior surveillance of Mr. Telles on September 1st. Again, of no import, of no importance. Again, no evidence inside that vehicle tying Mr. Telles to any crimes whatsoever. Now, is Mr. Telles in a position to say who killed Mr. German? No. But I would submit to you the facts will show in the reasonable inferences that you are to take from the evidence is that there would be DNA evidence inside that vehicle, on the shoes, on any clothing from Mr. Telles. A picture was shown of Mr. It'll be argued through the course of this case that that was somehow caused by this murder that occurred. There's no blood left at the scene where Mr. Gehrman was murdered either. Nothing, not on the bushes, not on the rocks, not on Mr. Gehrman. Mr. Telles explains that to detectives, how we got that wound, but that will come through the course of this trial. What's of concern, and the reason that we've given you this backdrop to give you all the evidence, is somewhat strange behavior on behalf of Mr. Jappy. Now, he's Metro Intelligence. Metro is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is divided up into various details. You know, each department has their own responsibilities, their own special training. They work as teams. It's an effective way to conduct investigations. The primary detective in this case, Detective Gaddis, and they work as a team. She was the primary. They work together and they work in a team. You've got the robbery detail that investigates robberies. You've got the financial crimes that investigates financial crimes. You've got Metro Intelligence that generally investigates allegations and facts concerning corruption. But in this case, you've got Detective Jappy inserting himself in this murder investigation concerning Mr. Telles. In fact, there's an email wherein Jappy implicates Telles to Gaddis. So early on, we've got Detective Jappy, who obviously previously was directed by this old guard, now pointing the finger at Mr. Telles to the lead detective in this homicide investigation. During a traffic stop, and this is the significance of Mr. Telles. See, Metro has a policy that you're to have body cam on, all right? All civilian interactions should be captured because we want to know what the truth is. We want to have an objective record of what occurs. This initial contact with Mr. Telles occurs on the 7th, and after he's charged and this case begins, repeated requests are made for this body cam. In fact, our judge, I was not on the case at that time, but our judge makes an order on July 18th, 2023 to turn that over. It's learned that over a month after that order is made, that evidence is destroyed. Detective Jappy is also present at the arrest and jumps into the ambulance and rides with Mr. Telles. Now, it's anticipated that the state is going to argue to you that this suicide is somehow a consciousness of guilt. Apparently, he just couldn't live with himself for a murder that they feel that he committed. I would submit to you in the facts, the reasonable inferences to be drawn from these facts is at this point in time now, Mr. Telles' life is coming apart. They've been in contact with him. They came into contact with him 2 times on September 7th. The first time they come, they speak to him. They say, we have warrants. He cooperates. They strip him of his clothes. They put him in a white paper suit. They've swabbed his mouth. Obviously, they're investigating him and they're coming down. I would submit to you that a reasonable inference is that there's an attempt by Mr. Telles to kill himself, not as a difficulty, you know, oh my gosh, I feel guilty for something that they say I did, but his life was coming apart then. It truly was. He'd lost an election. He was giving him an opportunity to go back, be with his family. But now he was getting pressed in charge for a murder of which he's maintained his innocence. There's 3 surreptitious recordings that occur by the homicide detectives. And what's interesting and disturbing to note is Detective Jappy inserts himself into this interview, this surreptitious recording. Talk about another investigation. So again, we have Detective Jappy inserting himself into homicides investigation. I would submit to you a reasonable inference would be that trying to dictate the direction that the homicide investigation is taking. We would submit to you that reasonable minds may disagree or could agree that losing a job is not a motive for murder. Their inference was made in these tweets, and it's kind of curious now, the age that we live in. I mean, we have presidents that commute via tweets. We have tweets from Mr. Telles, an elected official, concerning the articles. Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like Jeff German going through our trash for his 4th story on me. Smiley face. Oh shoot, I left a pizza box and sushi containers in the trash. In the next article, I'm going to have mobbing Yakuza ties. He's making fun of these. And then you can see the dates, June 18th and June 25th. Again, he's not particularly happy about these articles, but he's reaching out. I mean, he's lost his election. Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after sleeving 100 pounds of BS. Up to Article 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do. He's addressing these articles in the appropriate way, in a public forum. That's what elected officials, regardless if they're high-level, low-level officials, they address, as he did previously. He addresses, as you saw, the presentation, the digital presentation after he learned of the articles. He's addressing his constituency. That's what an elected official is supposed to do. That's a reasonable response to criticism, which comes from the job. Again, these articles were not a motive for a murder. And we all know killing a journalist does not kill a story. Killing Jeff German does not kill the investigation or the stories concerning Mr. Telles. One would think the reporting is heavy on that. One can imagine what it would be for a murder. Obviously, if one's concerned about negative reporting, one doesn't want to commit a murder because obviously reporting is going to be far more severe. Mr. Telles was a lawyer prior to this, and he was on his way back becoming a lawyer. However, we do have a predatory corporation losing millions of dollars as a result of his whistleblowing, which he engaged in. He was consistent. Even after he was voted out, he was communicating with Detective Jappy. He wanted to right these wrongs as he was exiting the office. There were others that had far more motive to make it look like he was the killer and to conduct this killing, because Jeff German was a good reporter. He would ultimately get to what the truth was and what was really going on in that office and with these third-party vendors. Killing an investigative journalist, there's no more follow-up information concerning these millions of dollars when the old guard is now put back into place. German's gone now. I mean, Jeff German did a good job of digging and finding things. We've all heard about him. We all know him. We all respected him. He would take on tough opponents, dangerous opponents. Jeff German was no stranger to making people upset. He made a lot of people, far more able people, far more violent people upset with him. He often had people threatening him. In fact, there was proof of it found on his devices. He was known for the boldness of his inquiries, taking on corrupt and violent targets through the course of his investigative journalism. It came with his job, and it's unfortunate that we no longer have him.
Stop lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfucker.
Jeff German received this threat shortly, months before his murder.
You guys just did get some propaganda shit out about fucking just for Biden, you fucking piece of shit. You left-wing fucking faggot, fucking socialist fucking dead motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied. You guys fucking lied and cheated. And then you went out fucking only fucking box of shit, motherfuckers. Fuck you, you piece of shit, you motherfuckers. You made the Republic fight again, and you guys are fucking dead motherfuckers someday, motherfuckers.
The defense defense, and again, that's whether we had, our founding fathers had this wisdom, the defense can't prove if any of those gentlemen did this. We're not saying they did. We don't know. But there's a bigger picture. We don't know what investigative steps at all were taken to follow up on these two threats that we know of close in time to Jeff German's murder. State could say this is the lunatic fringe, this is to be disregarded, but nonetheless, when you have objective fact finders, when you have people that are truly in search of the truth, you should investigate all avenues. Keeping the burden where it should be on the state. And at the close of this case, we are going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, at this time we will break for lunch. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case related by voice, phone, email, text, internet, other means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you, and will be recessed till 1:30.
Thank you. All rise for acting jury. Please, jurors, please leave your notebook.
Did she say what time they wanted to come back? Wait. Hold on. Nope. She didn't say what time they'd come back. Oh, well. Okay. So I thought it was interesting that opening argument from the defense was pretty much exactly what we expected. You can't prove this. That's basically the defense. You can't prove this, and Jeff German was in a dangerous job. There were other people with motives. And the issue with that I see, the issue I see with that is, I'm just kind of trying to watch their body language, is, but did the other people with motives also own the exact kind of vehicle that could be seen going from Robert Telles's residence to Jeff German's residence on the exact day that Jeff German, or the day before, Jeff German is found dead on the side of his house? And do those other people have evidence on their digital devices showing that they were researching Jeff German's house and have images of the side of the house where Jeff German was found slain? And did those other people have in their possession the exact hat that was being worn by the assailant on the day of the murder? And you know what I'm saying? And did those other people have a history of showing a motive? I mean, this guy obviously had the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Now, what they talked about was that they couldn't pinpoint his location from his cell phone data. Oh, isn't that interesting? Maybe he left his cell phone in a different place because he knew he was going to go commit a murder. And then the defense lawyer says, what? But you do find his cell phone at the gym, but that's after the murder. Interesting. And then another thing he says is, well, you do see him washing his vehicles, but it's all 3 vehicles and it's 3 days later. So why would he wait 3 full days and wash all 3 vehicles at the same time? Well, maybe he didn't have time to do it before then. And my understanding is that in the Brian Koberger situation, didn't he wait to detail his car for quite some time? But he did get his car like precise detailed. It was, I think it was done in Idaho. I don't know. I just see, Christina, if I'm recalling exactly what they said about in the opening statements, there wasn't DNA found. There would be his DNA on the hat. There would be his DNA on the hat. There would be. It seems like there should be. I have a vague recollection of them saying that they tried to collect DNA from the hat, but they couldn't. They weren't able to. They weren't able to collect any samples from it, and so maybe the hat itself was washed and bleached or something like that. I don't know, but it seems like there should be. Oh. What are they doing? Can you hear that? Are they testing the sound? So they're going to come back in 45 minutes. What are they doing? They're going to come back in 45 minutes. Okay. And 45 minutes goes relatively quickly. And we were having a little bit of fun watching Woody in the YSL, the Woody testimony in the YSL trial. So I say, let's go back to watching that. And if we still have more to talk about on this case, we can keep talking about this. What are they doing? Is there a woodpecker in the court? Is there a woodpecker? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Actually, Chopper, I don't think you're in luck there. My understanding is that New York doesn't allow cameras in any of their courtrooms whatsoever. If I'm remembering that correctly. I could be wrong. Yeah. It's the judge. So you may have to go there. You may have to go there if you really want to see that one. All right. So should we start this one over? Because it actually is kind of funny from the start. They should change that law. They should, at the very, if for no other reason than for our entertainment, but for certain trials, not for all trials, of course. All right, let's start this over. So, if you weren't watching earlier, this is testimony in the young thug trial, thug life trial. The defendant is named Woody, and this defendant is basically what caused the judge to have to end up recusing himself. Because there was an ex parte meeting between the prosecution and this witness and his attorney, I believe it was, without the defense, without Young Thug's defense there. And Young Thug's defense called that out. and the judge held that attorney in contempt and sentenced him to some time in jail. And then the defense motioned the judge to recuse himself, and that actually happened. So there's a new judge, and now a month later they're back in court. And so this guy is on the stand, and he is entertaining. Now, I don't want to take away from the fact that this must be harrowing and frustrating for the victims, because whatever victims in this case, because it's been a very long, protracted process of justice in this case, months and months and months and months. But this guy in a vacuum, all on his own, is pretty darn entertaining as a witness. So
I want to go back to December of 2014 and into January of 2015. Were you present at a gambling house in Lakewood when the shooting occurred?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you.
So one of the things that just, I don't know what the ins and outs are of this, but this guy does not want to be there. So I wonder what the legal, like the strategy is in basically forcing this guy to take the stand. And somebody could try to, if anybody understands, he doesn't want to be there. And coming up here, he admits he's a liar and he can't remember his own lies. So what is the use in making sure that he takes a stand?
Also back in 2015, do you remember being at a Cascade skating ring speaking with an individual by the name of Shell Cow?
I don't recall.
See what I mean? And it gets worse.
Back in January of 2015, do you recall being at a Club Crucial and getting into a fight with an individual by the name of Shell Cow?
I don't recall nothing that happened years ago.
All right. Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to talk?
Tough Titty says the kitty when the milk is kind of shitty. I've never heard that one, Sharon. That's a longer and more creative version of Too Bad, So Sad. I mean, that's so funny.
Talk about to talk about whether or not you were involved in the murder of an individual by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.
Say that again.
Do you recall in January of 2015 having to go to the Atlanta Police Department to speak about your potential involvement in the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall.
Right.
So when I first heard him answer that question, I was like, wait, okay. So you either don't recall going to the police department to talk about your involvement in a potential murder because you're lying, or because you were so whacked out at the time that you really don't recall it, or you've gone to the police department so many times to talk about murders that you don't recall that specific time. Like, you would remember something like that, right? It's just
on January 11th, 2015, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department at about 3:00 in the morning?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you speak with a detective by the name of Detective Thorpe?
Okay, see you later, Susie.
I don't recall who I speak with. I don't recall.
And during that interview, did you go down there to speak with him about the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I don't recall who I spoke with.
Okay. And in that same interview, did you speak with him about not just the murder of Donovan Thomas, but events that led up to the murder of Donovan Thomas on June 10th, 2015?
I'm a liar. So you want me to remember something that I done lied about in the past?
I mean, I gotta clip this. I'm gonna clip it. I am a liar. So you want me to remember something that I lied about in the past? You cannot expect me to remember. We need him on an emoji. I'm a liar. I can't remember all my lies. Oh my God. I could think of several YouTube true crimers that should have this guy as their representative. This guy should be their spokesperson. He should.
I don't know.
So my question for you is, did you go to the Atlanta Police Department? Is your response you don't recall?
I don't recall.
And during that interview with Detective Thorpe at the Atlanta Police Department, did you provide him your name and your date of birth?
Huh?
When you went to the Atlanta Police Department and met with Detective Thorpe, did you give him your dates of birth?
I don't know.
Okay. And is your date of birth July 25th, 1991? What is your date of birth July 25th, 1991?
I think.
Oh my God. You know you have somebody who, that is just hilarious, you guys. It's not that he doesn't know his birthday, okay? He just doesn't want to admit anything under oath. He doesn't want to say the truth to the fucking authorities, so he's not gonna give, he doesn't want to be there. So why even have this guy on the fucking stand? That's my question. Yeah, mascot. That's what I should have said, Patricia. This guy should be, there are several people on this platform who need to have this guy as their mascot. How do you expect me to remember my lies? Come on, I'm a liar.
Okay. And during this interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you also have a middle name of Xavier?
I don't know what I told. I don't remember what I told him. Okay. I'm not trying to say the wrong thing so y'all can lock me back up.
All right.
So now he's at least admitting that there was a him that he may have talked to. He just doesn't recall what he told him.
Well, just bear with me. We're going to go through that interview, okay?
Objection to the commentary.
Now,
Disregard the commentary by the witness.
Now, during the interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about the issues you had with a person by the name of Kel?
I don't recall.
And did you speak with Detective Thorpe about a problem that the two of you all had in the club?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you tell Detective Thorpe in that same interview that Kel was nuts?
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing I don't understand, okay? I'm not sure why he isn't pleading the fifth. You know what I mean? So I guess he just doesn't want to incriminate himself, right? So rather than looking like an idiot and saying, I don't recall things that he then confirms in further questioning, say, plead the fifth. He has the right. Are you a liar? I don't recall. Sorry. This is what I mean. Criminals can be so fucking dumb.
Little brother.
I don't know if they brothers or not.
Okay. So do you know who Kel is?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And when I say not, is that Donovan Thomas Jr.?
You asking me that?
I am asking you that.
You're right, Stacy. You know what? There was a time when a long time ago, you know, like when I would lie to my mommy, you know, about, yes, I did go out with that person instead of that person, or I didn't drink, but I did drink, you know, or whatever, right? And then I started to realize that it was so much more difficult to lie than to just be honest, because I couldn't keep all my lies straight. So I'm like, all right, it's so much easier to just be honest and take the blow for whatever the, you know, like rip the Band-Aid off and be honest. If they're going to be mad with me, live with them being mad at me and live with the consequences. And then, you know, that would cause me to then not do something I would need to lie about later, right? That has caused me to be an honest person so that I don't need to keep lying about things that I've done. That's why I don't have to lie. That's why I'm a consistent person, you know? And if I say something inconsistent, it's because my memory is fucking shot. But anyway, let's keep going.
Say that again?
Sure. Do you know a person that goes by the name of Nut?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, in that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe about you and Kel getting into the fight at Club Crucial?
I don't recall nothing from 2015, 14, 16, none of that.
Okay. And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you and Kel had been in a beef for maybe about no longer than 4 months? And this was back in 2015.
And he's still alive?
My question is, did you tell Detective Thorpe that you, Michelle Kel, at that time in 2015, had a beef, and it was probably going on around 4 months at that time?
I tell the detective whatever they want me to say, whatever they want to hear, whatever. So if I said it to him, I said it to him. I don't recall what I said to no police.
Okay.
So that gives you a very clear, and that's what I appreciate about this witness. It gives you a very clear glimpse into the criminal mind, right? I told that detective whatever the fuck he wanted to hear. Now, it may be that what he was saying at the time was the truth, and now he doesn't want to admit to whatever that truth is, right? But it's not, you know, but it's also not off the table that they would also someone with a criminal mind would just say whatever someone wanted to hear. It goes both ways, right? So anyway.
And during that same interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe
Oh my gosh.
That whenever y'all were in the club, y'all would initially just throw up birds at each other.
Huh?
In this January 11, 2000 interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe that initially, when you and Shokel were in the club, y'all never really fist fought? Y'all just would throw up birds at each other.
Like I told you before y'all called me to trial, I have lied. I made things up. I told you this before y'all brought me in this courtroom. And I'm telling you now, you asked me about 2015. I have got my life together. Y'all trying to put this on my conscience. Y'all trying to put people's life in my hands. I don't lie on people. I don't want to be here. Y'all have pressured me. I'm tired of y'all because y'all know y'all are wrong. And y'all black people doing this to us.
Yikes. So obviously he confessed to some things. He became a witness a while back, and now he doesn't want to speak on it. And so he's just going to call himself a liar. He's going to throw himself under the bus as a liar to get out of saying, talking about those same things again. Right? So that's not cool. Or he could be right. Maybe this is a corrupt prosecution and they're doing that to him. I don't know, but he is entertaining.
And I understand that.
Leave me alone. Let me leave. Man, y'all pissing me off. Listen, I don't recall nothing I said to no police. Stop asking me these questions. Okay. I'm telling you, I don't recall.
I understand, but we're going to have to get through the questions. You can just continue to say you don't recall if that's what it is.
That's what you want me to say?
I'm going to find one moment.
Court is back in session for the slow-moving YSL trial involving Atlanta rapper Young Thug. They're now picking back up after another pause on Tuesday. Judge Paige Whitaker sent the jurors home early after Kenneth Copeland, also known as Lil Woody, found out that his attorney was suspended by the state yesterday due to conduct in a different case.
I was told that Mr. Melnick been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
Copeland was granted immunity for his testimony in this case and has been assigned a new attorney.
Well, I didn't know that. I hadn't seen that. So I haven't stayed, like minute by minute up to date on this case. So he was clearly granted immunity for testifying in this trial. And apparently his lawyer was suspended for his behavior in a whole other case. My God, my God, my God, my God. Let's watch this.
Live at 5, more delays in the historically long YSL trial. The attorney for the state's key witness now suspended from practicing law in Georgia for 6 months. Atlanta News First, Rachel Aragon. She's live outside the Fulton County courtroom for us. And Rachel, the day ended pretty early for both jurors and a key witness in the case.
Tracy, that is.
So this is just as of yesterday, y'all. This is as of yesterday.
Correct. The jurors were sent home early today after the state's key witness announced on the stand, mind you, that he learned that his own attorney was suspended. His attorney, Jonathan Melnick, was not in the courtroom today, but he was there yesterday when Copeland was testifying. Well, today we learned as well the Supreme Court of Georgia suspended Jonathan Melnick for violations of 2 rules of the Georgia Rules of Professional Conduct. The suspension stems from Melnick's involvement in a 2017 Rockdale County paternity case in which the court found Melnick did not reimburse his client for attorney fees. Well, Kenneth Copeland, aka Lil Woody, testified for most of the morning, but after the lunch break, he returned to the stand and relayed what he had heard about his attorney.
I was told that Mr. Melnick been suspended, and I don't want to speak without my attorney.
All right. Let me excuse y'all back again. Do you have another attorney that you want to engage, or would you like for me to find an attorney, a volunteer, basically?
I would like for you to find one.
Well, the judge did follow through and did find Kenneth Copeland a new attorney. The judge also instructing him to return tomorrow morning for continued testimony. We're live in downtown Atlanta. Rachel Aragon, Atlanta News First.
There's just so much craziness in this trial. And yes, unless I'm mistaken, he's free. Okay, now in this, he says he can't recall.
He had 378 Yankee Bravo 1. Do you see yourself, Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in that photo?
Yes.
All right. And on that day, do you recall, did you speak with them about your car being shot at on the highway at University and Pryor?
I don't know.
Do you recall ever speaking to police about your car being shot at on University and Pryor Road?
I don't know.
All right. In this interview back on January 28th, 2015, didn't you speak with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis? Excuse me, strike that. Were you arrested on January 28th, 2015?
I don't know.
Did you go into this police interview voluntarily?
I don't remember this at all.
Okay. Do you remember speaking at all, whether it was on January 28th or any other date, about the shooting on the highway to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay. In that interview on January 28th, 2015, didn't you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about being at a pool party before being shot at on the highway?
I don't recall.
Okay. And while you were at the pool party, there was an individual by the name of Bushi at that pool party.
I don't recall.
And that Bushi was the girlfriend of Yak Gotti.
I don't recall.
And that after you all left this pool party, you were driving on the highway in your brother's vehicle.
I don't recall.
Do you not recall being shot at on the highway? You don't recall telling this to the detectives?
I don't recall none of this you talking about.
Okay. So you don't recall being shot at on the highway?
I've been shot at a lot of times.
Specifically in January 2015, do you recall being shot at on the highway? While in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember. I don't.
Do you remember telling the detectives that you were shot at on the highway while in your brother's vehicle?
I don't remember what I done told the detectives.
In the January 28, 2015 interview, didn't you tell the detectives that while you were driving on the highway, you had your radio up?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you also told them as you had your radio up, you heard pow, pow, pow.
I don't recall.
Okay. And did you also tell detectives that you then again heard another pow, pow, pow? And so you ducked down.
I don't recall.
And the detectives, then the car stopped working and you tried to hit the gas, but it cut out and it stopped working.
I do not recall.
In the same interview, did you then tell detectives, so the dudes, they came up to you and you was concerned because your car didn't work, because the car wasn't working?
I don't recall.
And in the same interview, did you tell detectives that you then were shot even after that?
So I'm going to switch actually to the live trial coverage of this because it's going on right now and they're showing this very police interview.
Wow. I mean, but what did you do if none wasn't already dead yet? Like, why would he sit down to work just for a little petty fight in the club? It's Kim. I like my friend, like TJ from Kansas Bay, look at shit. This nigga down with him. Like, that's his game. Oh yeah, he was in the Wolf family. So this nigga, he was in there, he hit it. He didn't tell me. CJ, he didn't come back and tell me. This nigga still hanging with me now, and he didn't tell me nothing. Somebody else that was in there, they felt like I deserve to know. Came back like, hey, I had to get rid of everybody, bro. Like, but they saying kill you, bro. Trick me to a gas station, kill me. Like, who say Mo said it? And everybody said, well, Blood J, Mo was on the phone. Blood J standing next to the person that was talking. And he ain't know the name of the person that was talking. And after everybody, I just said kill him, said Blood J like, woo. And everybody said, woo, woo. That means it's a go. Yeah, I don't know what it's supposed to mean, but so everybody like, woo, woo, and now I had guns and whatever.
First of this, so once they Montauk them jumped on Bloody J, that only escalated it more then, right?
Oh, that's what they said was about. Say it. I supposed to have Bloody J jump. I supposed to have Bloody J jump on right now. You know what I mean? They jumped on when they. Oh, that's when he supposedly sent word. Yeah, Bloody J, this phone came from Bloody J. You know what I'm saying? Right. But I said Bloody J phone saying I heard like, oh, y'all niggas got hit on me. Y'all can kill this and that. I'm out here. Y'all need to pull up. Right. Bloody J ain't said that. Because Bloody J, you know, every time Thug went somewhere, bro, I take your phone. Hey, we right here, Blue Flame, make shit, pull up. Yeah. He come right there. Him and Thug talk. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I look at Thug like, I think he ready, bro. Like, he ready. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, like, you know, right. But I ain't never seen, like it was that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is very heavily slang. This is very heavy slang, and the captions are trying to get it, and they're they're flailing. The captions are flailing. In the court, they've stopped the video now.
But move yourself out the equation. Who you think did it? Understand? Like, word on the street.
Oh my gosh, this trial, you're seeing why I'm not live streaming this trial. Okay, now I am at this very moment live streaming this trial, but I'm not live streaming this trial on a daily basis for a variety of reasons. One of them being that you can barely hear anything most of the time. Also,
So if you was guessing, who you think killed that? You're prime suspect, but move yourself out the equation. Who you think did it? Understand? Like, word on the street is, you've been tried, convicted within the street.
Now they said two of my other partners was not good for it, but
Who?
they my head and down. But they ain't have nothing to do.
Who was that?
Not locked up.
Who was that? Claire.
I think it's his name. Cause I didn't like maybe.
all right, I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow along, but I can't understand anything because the sound is so bad and the slang is so heavy, right? and the captions are not helping whatsoever. So I want to switch to something a little lighter in tone. I saw something the other day that, you know, in the spirit of the Summer Olympics, I saw this and it cracked me up so much. I had to show it to you guys. It's great. I don't know if any of you saw this, but let me see if I could blow this up better in a better way. Okay. Are you ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw the next Simone Biles. I thought that was pretty darn good. But I thought that was so cute. I thought that was so cute. There's another one. Yeah. I mean, look at those. There was another one I wanted to show you that just cracked me the heck up. Yeah. The dogs always get you. Dogs make videos, right? Let's watch that again. There's another video. I was afraid he was going to hurt himself too. You know, I really like those cheerleading. You hope he has insurance. I really like those cheerleading shows, but it's hard for me to watch because their moves are so dangerous. I'm afraid I'm going to watch somebody die. I'm afraid I'm going to watch somebody like literally beef it on their head or like crack an ankle or like I'm going to see a bone come out of a, out of a shin or something. Man, let's watch this guy again. And there's another link I wanted to show you. Did you see that weird thing with Tom Cruise looking like a terrified old man on a zip wire? No, is that recent? Ooh, Stacy, like most, like many girls, young girls, I was really into gymnastics, but I was never competitive. You must have been ripped for a period of time. The beam is hard, man. I can't think about the beam without thinking about landing in between my legs and just dying, like, oh my gosh, it's just, Patricia, is that recent? Is it on the platform formerly known as Twitter? Oh, you mean when he did the in the closing ceremony? Is this it? Oh no, that's last year. Oh, is this it? Ah.
Congratulations to you. Thanks, by the way. We got the blue. We got the blue. How are you?
We got the Italian blue going. It's nice.
I want to geek out with you because when I finally saw the cliff jump, so I've been seeing all the footage. I watched the featurette and I was blown away by it. But when I was watching it with the narrative aspect of it, my stomach turned.
I'm sorry. Oh, here it
if you don't mind, can you geek out with me about the setup and the execution of that moment? Because I love when you accelerate. You can hear the accelerating.
It was, listen, there was years of training.
You know what I just realized is that I won't be able to show it, Patricia, because the Olympics has all of that content on severe lockdown unless I find it on, in some way on Twitter. Is this it?
See you soon. Now we're going to set the frames with this camera ship with the drone just to verify everything. Then we're going to get ready.
The only things you really have to avoid while doing a stunt like this is serious injury or death. Here we go. You're riding a motorcycle, which is pretty dangerous, on top of a ramp that's elevated off the ground. So if you come off the ramp, that's going to be very bad. You're falling. If you don't get a clean exit from the bike and you get tangled up with it, if you don't open your parachute, you're not going to make it.
I saw a canopy.
Okay, let me look for it on YouTube. But you watched it on YouTube, but was it NBC's content? Because they own all Olympics stuff. Was it somebody else showing it on YouTube? Was it somebody else showing? You see what I'm saying? Because my understanding is that the Olympics committee has that all, or actually, I'm sorry, NBC has that completely locked down in terms of, like, I'll get striked if I try to show their content of the Olympics. Olympic opening ceremony or closing ceremony. Tom Cruise. Okay. I found it. Let's see if they hopefully they don't ding me for this. Oops. He did look scared as shit. Play too much of this or this entire stream will go bye-bye. And I know I've been seeing a lot of creators talking about this. So they're going to be coming into court soon. So let's go back to that and watch for them to come back while we chat a little bit more. Wait, let me just see if there was this other one really, really funny video I found that I wanted to share with you, but I'm having trouble. Sometimes I forget where I put the links that I want to share with you. Isn't that embarrassing? Actually, what I will do is talk about upcoming cases that I'm planning to talk about. And also just to remind you that I do have my new channel. It looks like this. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. I'm not going to be linking to this channel. I'm very much depending on you seeing it and here and and subscribing to it and the good old algorithm. And I still may get dinged. I have no idea how YouTube identifies, people that they want to suppress, whether it's from voice or I don't know. But I'm not going to be mean to them on this channel, so they don't have to suppress me there. They don't have to do that. I'll still be mean to them on this channel though. Not super mean. Just critical. Just critical. I'm not a mean person. I'm a critical person. I can be critical. Not mean. Just critical. I am planning, I'm seriously, I have actively, consciously not covered the Sebastian Rogers case. I did one video about it and about all the fuckery on Checkmate once, because I was pissed off at how Bullhorn and Betty was talking about him. But now that some time has lapsed and he's still not, he hasn't appeared yet, I'm starting to become genuinely curious about this case. You know what I mean? So I want to take a look at it just from a really clear slate perspective. And so on Breaking Chains True Crime, I think what I'm going to do is start to look at the Sebastian Rogers case, starting with the media reports and going backwards in time. So there was an updated media report last night. Yeah, sometimes the truth is mean, but it doesn't mean that the truth has to be stated in a mean way. You know what I'm saying? That we have choices in the way we state the truth. We don't have to choose to be as mean as possible in the way we state the truth. That's, and I'm not saying you do that, Patricia, or anybody in my chat does. I'm saying that a lot of people, they say, well, I said that thing, but it's the truth. Well, so here's an example. It may be true that I'm fat, but I don't have to, that doesn't mean somebody has to tell me I'm fat. Or if it's really important for somebody to tell me I'm fat, there are ways to say it that are not mean. If it's important, they can say, you may need to take better care of your health. And it has to do with the motive, the incentive, the reason that you might be saying something. I'll just give you this once. Okay. I'm not sure if I agree with you on that, Katie. I'm Katie. Sorry, Patricia. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at this at all. I'm not the type of person to come to such strong conclusions without knowing more information, So what I want to do is go back, starting with the most recent news reports, not social media, not YouTube, but news reports and interviews, and just looking at the facts, and then also breaking some chains of, the way that this stuff is being communicated. And as we can hear, they're coming back into court, so it will be interesting to see who they call as the first witness in this trial. Okay, so that's your view. Got it.
Sure, once you get to your seats, everybody stand.
And you are, of course, entitled to that view.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? And the defense? Okay, you may call your first witness.
State calls Holly Bailey. Holly Bailey.
Holly Bailey.
Holly Bailey. Holly Bailey.
Calling her in the hallway. Is she in the hallway? Mr. Telles looks like a man who looks worried, but he's trying to look innocent. He's trying to look like my gosh, why is this happening to me? Why is this happening to me? I'm innocent. I'm a good man. I was trying to clean up all the public corruption in the office.
Please remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
Could you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
I
nothing
think
but the
this was
truth,
one
so
of
help you
his
God?
accusers in the
You may
office.
be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Holly Bailey, HOLLY BAILEY.
Have a seat. Thank you very much. Ma'am, if you could, tell me where you live.
Northwest area, Brown Circle.
On Brown Circle. Who do you live there with?
My husband and our daughter.
Okay. And do you know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes.
How did you know Jeff?
He's just been our neighbor for 27 years,
Okay. Where did Jeff live in relation to your house?
directly across the street.
What's the kind of shape of the street? Is it just a straightaway or?
Small cul-de-sac, like 11 homes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022.
Was that Friday?
I believe so. On that day, does something kind of catch your attention with respect to Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Or actually, yeah, September 2nd. So what do you notice?
Well, he never leaves his garage door open, and I noticed it was open and his car was in there. And it was, I was running errands that morning, and then when I came home a little while later, around noon, I think it was open, and it's never open.
Okay.
Never.
Now, at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit 2. Hey, first witness, let the record reflect I'm showing the witness State's Proposed 2. Ma'am, take a look at that. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Is that, what is that?
That's his home.
Okay. Is that roughly kind of from a perspective facing from your home, kind of looking over in that direction?
Directly across the street.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit State's Proposed 2.
No objection.
Yeah, permission to publish. Thank you so much. Publishing Stage 2. So you mentioned that on that morning, you noticed that his garage was up.
It was closer to noon
Okay.
because I was running errands that morning. I drop off at school and then I had errands and I was home around noon or before, a little before that.
And you mentioned you've lived next to this guy for how long?
Across the street, 27 years, almost 30.
And does he keep kind of a regular routine?
Yes.
And so this really stuck out to you?
Yes, because I'm in and out of the house all day long. So I'm familiar with, it's not that big of a street. Not to me, but I was his because,
Okay, so it's up around noon. Do you do anything in relation to Jeff to let him know about the garage?
No, but I was busy and but I had that feeling of angst, like something was wrong.
Okay, so a little more time goes by.
Right.
Do you see that house a little bit later in the day?
All day up until I left to leave at 2:30.
So at 2:30, is the garage still up?
Yes.
Do you decide to do anything at that point?
Did it when I came home.
Okay, when did you come home?
It was around 3. anywhere between 3:30 and 4.
Okay, so now.
And so I started, I believe it was texting, or I was texting him.
So you're texting it. Is the car in the garage? Is Jeff's car in the garage?
Yes.
All right. So now you're texting around 3:30, something like that. Do you
Yeah.
get any response back?
No.
So what do you do at that point?
So I'm really busy, so I just continued on. I spoke with my neighbor. She told me, it's strange. I said, I know I already called him or texted him. I can't remember what it was.
Do
And
you remember which neighbor it was?
her name is Debbie.
Okay. So you're now asking Debbie too. How long has Debbie lived in the neighborhood with you guys?
I'm not sure, but maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're noticing it. Debbie's noticing it. It's 3:30.
It's basically her and I, because
Okay.
I'm super observant.
Okay.
And so, and
Okay.
she is too, but she works from home, so she's busy herself, but I'm in and out all day long.
Evening comes, any change with that garage door?
No, we were gonna go, we spoke about it, my husband and I. He said if it's still open when it gets dark, we'll just go over there and close. Yes,
Who does that?
my husband and I walk over there, and I pulled the cord,
All right. So you pull the cord, you bring it down.
and he pulled the garage door down.
All right. So the garage door is pulled down. Do you do anything to alert Jeff to let him know what you did for him?
It was either directly before or directly after. I think it was directly before. I sent him an email. It was either an email or a text. And I said, okay, this is what I think it was before. I said, this is what we're gonna do. I haven't heard from you, so I'm assuming maybe we think you left town and you don't have your phone or something. I said, but your garage door's up, and I hope you're not mad, but we're gonna go over there and close your garage door for you.
All right. Do you hear anything from him by the end of the night?
No.
Following morning, what
No.
happens? Following morning, what happens?
My husband woke me up early,
Okay. What happens then?
and he asked me if I called 311.
Okay. To do what? Why did you want to call 311 at that point?
For a well check.
Right? Do you do it at that point?
I said, let me email him one more time. And then he said, well, I'll go check the backyard. I said, I said, why don't you go check the backyard? He said, that's a good idea.
Is there a way from the cul-de-sac, if you're approaching Jeff's house, is there a way to kind of check that backyard?
To the left, as I'm looking at it.
So when we're looking in this picture, there are some individuals or some men standing to the left of that house. Is that the general area that you're talking about, that you could get to the backyard?
I believe so. I've never walked back in his backyard from
Okay.
that direction.
But that's what you were thinking your husband was going to go. walk.
Right, and he said, that's a good idea, and then that's
Okay.
what he did, and
And then what happened next?
then she came running in the house sobbing and screaming. And I said, what's going on? What happened? And I ran out there to my husband, and he was on the phone with 911, and he was in shock, and I went into shock, and he was having a hard time
Your husband was.
getting to the 911 operator to understand him.
What happens after? Does your husband eventually get on the phone with 911?
He just kept saying, we know he's dead. What he didn't say, we know he's dead. I heard him being very, to a point of arguing because, just get the police over here. And she wanted to know, well, is he breathing? Questions about how do you know he's dead? And he said, what is taking so long, or something to that effect? Why can't you just get the police over here? I know he's dead.
And you could see your husband was upset.
Very upset because, he has a bit of an accent and nobody can ever understand him on the phone. Plus it's above 115 degrees. It was a super hot day, very hot.
Did you go over to that side of the house?
Yes, I went up to my husband and then I saw him.
Okay, and when you say him, who are you talking?
Jeff.
Okay. After that, do the police or medical personnel eventually arrive?
Yes, but one policeman was walking up the block.
Okay.
And I just felt like it was, I was in shock, but it just seemed like everything was in slow motion because he was walking very slowly and I kind of said, would you please hurry up?
Okay.
And he says, do you have a medical emergency? I said, no, it's not a medical emergency. I said, you can see.
Okay. And you directed him over to Jeff?
And then I saw a fire truck at the end of the cul-de-sac, but they wouldn't come up.
Okay.
Nobody came up the block.
Did you remain outside and kind of watch as
Yes, I was praying over him, talking to him.
and so it was you there kind of just praying for Jeff?
I was, because I just didn't seem, it was just very not natural.
Okay. And you didn't,
And it just couldn't understand, I mean, didn't look like a natural death. I could tell you that right now.
as time goes on, do more emergency personnel and police arrive to the scene?
Of course.
Okay. And do you stay out there generally and kind of watch what's happening?
Yes, I just stayed, I just didn't, I stayed across the street. My gate, my side gate would look directly on him.
Okay. And so you
But
watched,
through a semi-sheer bush,
okay. And so you watched them kind of set up, crime scene tape or this, that, and the other.
Correct.
You stayed out there. Court's indulgence. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. You may call your next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor, is Roy Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah.
The looks on his face are so bizarre. It was as if he didn't believe her, or he was trying to feign some sort of sympathy for her story. I don't know what, but he's a bizarre guy, man.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the court, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
This is probably the actual guy who found him.
Please state and spell your first.
Oops.
R-O-W Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. In September of 2022, what street were you living on?
Bronze Circle.
Bronze Circle? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I'd say 40 years.
40 years. Did you have a neighbor by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Oh, yes.
Where did he live in relation to your house?
Directly across the street.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2.
She's got a delay.
Oh, there we go. Can you see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That is Jeff's house.
Okay. And you said you've been in the neighborhood about 40 years. Do you have an estimate of how long he lived there?
Yes, 26 years.
26 years?
Mhm.
Over the years or decades there, did you kind of get familiar with when he would come and go from his house?
Oh, yeah.
How would you describe his daily routine?
Excuse me. He would, in the mornings, I was working outside my house, and Jeff would come out around 8 o'clock or something, and I assumed he went and got his coffee or whatever and came back. And a lot of times, he would acknowledge me, I'd acknowledge him.
So he had kind of a routine of going to get coffee in the morning?
Yeah, quite
And then you'd see him when he'd come back?
Yes, absolutely.
On the 2nd of September of 2022, did you notice something strange at his house?
At his house?
Yeah, or how his house looked, I guess.
This was on the Friday, correct?
Yes, yeah.
I noticed the garage door was open.
Could you
And-
tell whether or not his car was there?
No,
Okay.
no, I couldn't see that low.
Okay. Was it unusual for him to have his garage door open?
Yes, he would come and go, but always close it.
Because you saw that, did you take note of it throughout the day?
Yes,
Did you have any discussions with your wife about the garage door?
yes.
And do you ever walk over there on the 2nd?
Not early because of the heat.
Okay. How about later in the day?
Yes, I did go over there.
And when you went over there, did you go by yourself that evening, I guess it would be, or with anyone?
No, with my wife.
You went over with your wife?
Yes,
At that time when you went over, do you remember if his car was there or not?
yes, it was there.
It was there. Did that strike you as unusual?
No,
Okay. Did you and your wife do anything to the house when you went over that evening?
closed the door.
Were you aware of whether or not your wife had attempted to contact Jeff during the day?
Yes, throughout the day.
And to your knowledge, was contact ever made?
No,
I want to talk to you about the next day, the 3rd of September. Did you go over to Jeff's house that day?
yes, I did.
Do you remember about what time you went over?
Around 9:15 in the morning.
Okay. And I assume you just walked over yourself?
Well, my granddaughter
Oh, your
was behind.
Okay, so she kind of was following behind you?
Yes.
Is that, yes? When you, looking at this picture, did you go, like, I know the garage door would have been shut, but did you go to his front door or where did you walk?
I went to his front door
And is that towards the kind of the?
to the right.
Yeah, where the
Correct.
trees are?
Yes.
Okay. And did you knock on the door?
I knocked and rang the doorbell.
And any response?
No.
Okay, what happened after you did that?
After I did that, I thought about going around. I was going to go around the back
Uh-huh.
to see, if there was something up that way. And, I did go around the corner, around the garage. And
And so did you head from looking at from the tree area across the garage here?
once I turned the corner, I could see across.
Okay, but did you walk over to that other side?
I walked over to the other side.
And what did you see there?
When I made the right turn, I walked about another 6 feet or so and saw.
Oh man, this breaks my freaking heart.
Sorry.
It's okay. Do you need any water or
I saw Jeff.
you saw Jeff? Was he on the ground?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you saw him, and based on that, what did you do?
I called 911.
Did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes,
Okay. Were you standing there calling?
yes.
Okay. And then at some point after you called 911, did police and other people arrive at the residence?
Yes, there was a patrol officer that came by
Okay.
within a very short time, actually.
So the patrol guy comes first, and then were there a lot more people that came to the
That
house?
followed, yes.
Do you remember if you were interviewed by officers about what you saw?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay. And how about, did officers ask you about whether or not you had a video surveillance system on your house?
Yes, they did.
Did they ask for permission to download that from you?
Yes, they did.
And I assume you gave permission?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Bailey. When you were interviewed, was it a formal interview where you went into the police department, a detective's office to give an interview?
No, they were in the house. I mean, the detectives were around all day. And
Okay. So it was just when they arrived on the scene, is that the interview that you were
referring to?
Yes,
Do you know if they recorded your interview or not?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. You may call your next witness.
State will call Deborah Ryan.
Please watch your step, but if you step onto the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward.
Hi, Lynn. You do solemnly swear the
Hi,
testimony you're
Lynn.
about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Debbie, Debbie, Ryan, Ryan.
Thank you. May I proceed? Thank you. Ms. Ryan, if you could, do you know someone by the name of Jeff Garrett?
I do.
Okay. What was your relationship to him? How'd you know Jeff?
Neighbors, or lives right across the street from me for 27 or 28 years.
All right. What was the street that you and Jeff lived on?
Bronze Circle.
Do you know a couple by the name of Roy and Holly Bailey?
I do.
How do you know Roy and Holly?
Been our neighbors since we've lived there for 33 years, right beside us.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been already admitted to Stage 2. You look at that monitor well, you can look at the monitor even just to your right, if that helps, or you can look at the big one behind
No,
you.
this is better.
Is that better? Okay. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Jeff's.
All right, so I just want to orient the jury for a minute. So Jeff lives there. Where do the Baileys live in relation to Jeff?
Straight across the street.
Okay, is that in a cul-de-sac?
We're in a cul-de-sac.
All right, and if we're at the Bailey's house, right? If we're in the Bailey's house, do you live to the left of the Bailey's house, or you live to the right?
To the right.
Okay, so you live right next door to the right. So you're also facing Jeff.
Yes.
All right. So I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you notice something in relation to Jeff's home that catches your attention?
I did. The garage door was open.
Okay. Why did that, of all things, catch your attention?
Because unless he's outside, was working on the lawn or something, it was always closed.
Okay, so
it's always closed.
So you look over, garage is open, but Jeff's not there.
I didn't notice him, no.
Okay, was his car there?
Yes.
All right. So around what time do you remember roughly?
I'm gonna say 11:30, 12.
Okay, sometime in the afternoon, right, or midday, yeah. So, do you do anything at that point, or do you just kind of go about your business?
I didn't. I thought maybe he was working on the side of the house or something. I was getting lunch. I work remote. Went back to work.
So you go back to work. A little later in the day, do you notice it at that point? Are you concerned at that point?
I was a little, because I wondered why it was still open. I left to go get groceries, so I walked over and knocked on the front door, rang the doorbell.
And so when you knocked on the door, did you notice anything? Did you notice like any signs of like someone breaking in or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you knock on the door, get an answer?
No, I didn't.
Ring the doorbell, get an answer?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what do you do at that point?
Walked back and went and got groceries. I thought maybe he was showering. I don't know. I just walked back to the house.
All right, so you go about your day. Let's take at some point in the evening, do you kind of notice or check on the door or see what's going on?
We did, my husband came home, we went to get something to eat. It was still open. When we came back, it was still open. So I called Roy and Holly to see if they knew, where he was at. It was unusual.
When you spoke with them, did they share a similar concern as you did? Okay.
Yes.
So what do you decide to do at that point?
We walked over, Roy pulled the cord in the garage so that the door would go down. At least we knew it was shut. We thought maybe, I don't know, he'd left on vacation or something and the door opened.
Okay. Do you hear from Jeff that night at all?
No.
All right, so let's get to the following morning. Let's talk about September 3rd. That morning, what are you doing that day, or what were you planning on doing?
We left for a ball game.
Okay.
We were at the ball game, and I'm not sure what time it was. I'll say 9:30 or so. I don't know. It was in the morning. We just got into the game, and I got a call from Holly. Very.
Tell me what, before we get into what she said,
Oh,
what
sorry.
is her demeanor like when you get on the phone? How does she sound?
I can't even understand her. She's screaming, crying.
Okay. And what does she tell you?
That Jeff's dead.
Okay.
Roy had found him. So we left immediately and went home.
Okay. When you get home, when you pull up through Brown Circle, what do you see?
There are already cops starting to be there, but it wasn't closed off yet. So we were able to go into our house.
Okay, so you were able to make it to your home.
Mm-hmm.
Do you watch from your home? Do you come outside and just kind of watch as things unfold? What do you remember?
We're outside.
Okay.
Watching.
Does it, I mean, I know you're not a police officer,
No.
but does everything seem kind of, normal for the most part? Does anything look out of the ordinary as police or paramedics or people are responding to the scene?
No. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Nothing stood out to you?
No.
Okay. And you stay out there for a while and watch?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing during the whole time you're out there, nothing catches your attention as being out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Did the police eventually speak to you at some point?
Came by, yeah.
Was it that day?
Yeah.
And where did you give your interview at?
They just right in front of the house. They were asking a couple questions, but they still were not really saying anything. Obviously, they were trying to figure out what's going on.
And you in general just relayed kind
Yeah.
of some of the things you just shared with us
No,
today?
yeah, that we didn't know.
All right, well, listen, thank you so much. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Just briefly, thank you, Ms. Ryan. When you were interviewed, was it by patrol officers, detectives?
It wasn't really an interview. They were just kind of in the neighborhood, going around trying to calm people. I think more than anything, they weren't asking a lot of questions.
Okay, but you did come in contact with officers. Were they uniformed?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware if they recorded your conversation with them?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Clara Browning.
Hey, convince me they aren't the same person, you guys. Convince me. Look at them. Come on. I guess he has heavier eyebrows. Also, this is a screenshot I took of Woody on the stand earlier this year when he was nodding out.
Please step up from the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Claire Browning. First name is CLAIRE. Last name is BROWNING.
May I proceed?
You may.
How are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
A little over 9 years now.
Okay. And you said you're a senior crime scene analyst?
I am.
Can you explain to the members of the jury first what a crime scene analyst does?
The duties of a crime scene analyst are to respond to crime scenes once we've been requested. We document the scene through notes, photography, a diagram if necessary, process for any latent prints, and collecting the evidence as it pertains to the crime.
And do you undergo training with Metro before you're allowed to work as a crime scene analyst?
Yes, we do.
And can you just give us an overview of that?
We go through a 12-week crime scene analyst academy, as well as a 12-week field training evaluation program. And we do continuing education classes after that.
And you mentioned that you're a senior crime scene analyst. Is there some testing or proficiency requirement or I guess experience that allows you to have that designation?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is for the jury?
We go through a testing process to promote to senior crime scene analysts. Once we are a senior, we are able to handle more complex calls to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, things of that nature. We also are responsible for training newer crime scene analysts and being an acting supervisor.
And you were working as a crime scene analyst on September the 3rd of 22?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to respond to 7216 Bronze Circle?
That's correct.
What type of location is that?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Were you the only crime scene analyst that responded?
No, I was not. Senior crime scene analyst Christy Thomas also responded, and a crime scene analyst supervisor, Kaylin King, responded.
Now, when crime scene analysts arrive at a scene that's a possible homicide, I assume there's detectives and patrol officers there as well?
That's correct.
What kind of happens when you first get there?
When we first arrive on scene, we typically get a scene briefing, kind of the logistics of the scene, what we have, what items of evidence there potentially might be. We get that from a patrol officer, and then we kind of meet as a team to kind of determine the scene.
And when you say you meet as a team, is that yourself and detectives?
That's correct.
And other crime scene analysts, I should say.
That's correct.
Do you all like kind of take an overview of the scene before people get down into the work of it?
Yes, we typically do a walkthrough of the scene to kind of determine what's going to be important for us.
Okay. Now you said that for homicide scenes, generally, there's more than one crime scene analyst that responds. How are the duties divided amongst the analysts?
It can vary from scene to scene, but typically, and especially on this scene, we divided it so that one crime scene analyst was doing the report and the photos, which was myself, and another crime scene analyst typically does the evidence and the diagram, which was Christy Thomas in this case.
And but all of you are sort of familiar with the scene because you're working it together?
Yes, we work in tandem.
Okay. And you were the photographer?
I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? And I don't know if Mr. Horvath and Mr. Duffy, do you want to? Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has reviewed all these photos that I'm going to show her, the witness. Okay. I'm going to ask you just to look through these in groups, and this is states proposed 1 through 51. If you can just let me know if you recognize those photographs.
And now the look on his face is bring it on, bitch. Kind of like, is that the look on his face? What do you see? Caption that face. Bring it on, bitch. His face is always confronting, right? His face is always confronting.
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction, with the exception of one, state's proposed one, of how the scene appeared on September the 3rd?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit, I think 2 is already admitted, which is, so 2, or I guess 3 through 51.
No objection.
And with respect to state's proposed 1, does that appear to be like a Google image of the house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 1.
Objection.
Thank you. The next series I'd like you to look at are states proposed 52 to 105. If you could have a look at those.
Yep, people are very complex, Rachel. Sometimes it's almost like sometimes he forgets the look that he wants
And
to
are
have on his
they a
face.
fair and
Has
accurate
to
depiction
refix
of
it.
sort of the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 52 to 105.
No objection.
Next group is 53 to 134.
Well, I don't know where that's coming from. Let me switch feeds. Nope.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the outside and backyard area of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 106 through 134.
No objection.
Next group is 135 through 148. There's just one more after that.
I mean, it must be really hard to, I don't know, maybe for some people it's harder than others, but to try to fake a particular face
Those
for an
appear to
entire
be the
trial.
garage area and Mr. Gehrman's vehicle.
Yes.
State moves to admit 135 through 148.
We have no objection.
And the last group is state's proposed 149 through 161, if you could go through those.
Recognize this as well.
Okay, and for the record, state's proposed 149 is a diagram of the crime scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the remaining up to 161 are photographs that were taken on the 3rd?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of how they appeared with some of the crime scene analyst markers on them?
Yes.
State moves to admit 149 to 161.
We have no objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. So we're going to start with what's been admitted as states 1.
Definitely, Rachel. I mean, again,
What are we looking at in that photograph?
do you not see
This
the
is
same
the front
person
of the
there?
residence with a Google Street View.
I see the same
And this
person.
is what's been admitted as states 2.
No,
And what are we looking at in that one?
This is the front of the residence on September 3rd.
Okay. Now, as we see it here, it looks like there's some crime scene tape on there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Who puts the crime scene tape up?
It's usually going to be the first responding officers.
Okay. And that was in place by the time you got there?
That's correct.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 5. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side yard of that same residence.
Okay. And this is state 7. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is, again, the west side yard of that same residence. The gate in the back leads to the backyard, and in front of that gate, you can see the decedent.
Okay. That gate that we see in the backyard, did that have locks on it or was it closed or anything?
No, there were gates on both the east and west sides of the house, and neither of them had a lock.
I'm now putting on the overhead, what's been admitted as states
10. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the decedent.
And when you and other crime scene analysts are noting, or I guess documenting the crime scene, is there any movement of the decedent before you take the photographs, or do you want to keep the scene as it was, and in your photography, I guess I should say?
Ideally, we keep the scene as pristine as we can. My photographs were actually taken after initial photographs of another CSA. They had already done an initial cursory body examination, and during that time, they discovered that the circumstances of his death were suspicious. So a homicide was called out.
Was there thinking at one point that it might have been a medical incident?
There was.
Okay. And then after that kind of was dispelled, then homicide and yourself respond?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the decedent, was there an attempt to document any personal property that he had on his person?
Yes, there was.
And what did he have with him?
Inside the left front pocket of the shorts that he is wearing, he had a cell phone. Protruding from the left rear pocket of those same shorts.
What is that?
Was a wallet with cards and identification in the name Jeffrey Gehrman,
Is he
as well
pooping?
as several US dollar bills in cash. And then in his right front pocket, there was a car key.
So I'm putting on the overhead states 40.
What is he doing?
Is that the cell phone that you just spoke of?
Yes, it is.
And this is states 41. What is that?
This is the car key.
And I think you mentioned a wallet as
You know what?
well.
That's correct.
He
Okay.
looks like Marlon
This is
Brando
states
in
43.
Apocalypse Now, right?
That's his wallet.
That's correct.
Was there photography done on the inside of his wallet to see if there was any cash present?
Yes, there was.
This is states 46. And that was documented as well?
Yes.
Probably, do you know how much money he had on him, or?
I can't recall.
Okay.
The evidence was booked by crime scene analyst Christy Thomas.
Okay, but it didn't appear like there was money taken from his wallet because it's present.
It did not appear so.
And this is states 47. That would be his identification.
That's correct.
Now, the area surrounding the body, did yourself and other crime scene analysts take note of the condition of those bushes and kind of shrubs?
Yes.
And what were your observations about them?
The bushes that were closest to the decedent had several broken branches. There was also apparent blood on those branches, and the rocks appeared to be disturbed around those bushes.
And putting on the overhead states 51. Is that an example of that?
Yes, it is.
And this is states 50. Sort of another view of the bushes with blood.
Yes.
You said the rocks around him were disturbed as well?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with the decedent's body, are there attempts made to preserve evidence in the form of DNA that might be on his person?
Yes.
And what is that?
We typically, whenever we are recovering a body from a scene, we're going to place handbags over their hands so we can preserve any kind of DNA evidence that might be on their hands or under their nails, whatever the case may be. We also wrap them in a clean sheet to preserve any trace evidence that might be on them.
I'm putting on the overhead states 37. What is that?
This is a representation of one of the bags that we put on his hand.
And this is states 36. That would be the other one, I think.
Yes.
And again, you said that's to preserve like DNA evidence?
That's correct.
Did yourself, detectives and crime scene analysts go into Mr. Gehrman's residence as well?
Yes, we did.
When you went into the residence, I guess I should say, what way did you make entry? Through the sort of the garage door that leads into the house or the front door?
I
or-
believe We made entry through the interior garage door.
Okay. Did you do any documentation of the front door to note its condition?
Yes.
Was there any damage to the front door?
There was no damage to the front door.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead states 52. Is that the front door?
Yes, it is.
And the photograph is to document that it hasn't been kicked in or there's no damage to the frame?
That's correct.
How about the interior of the residence? How would you describe it?
The interior of the residence was actually very clean, very orderly. Everything was essentially in its place.
Have you been to residences where places have been ransacked or items have been taken?
Yes, I have.
Did this residence look like that at all?
No, it did not.
Did it look like there was any area of disturbance inside the residence?
No.
This is States 53. What part of the house is that?
This is the living room.
And again, no disturbance and his TV's present. Everything looks pretty much in order.
Yes.
This is States 54. Is that just another view of the living room?
Yes, it is.
This is States 59. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the bedroom inside the residence.
And again, no sign of disturbance.
That's correct.
This is State 60. And we're looking at,
This is another view of the bedroom.
okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, State 64. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is like a sitting room that was just off of the living room.
No sign of disturbance in that room?
No.
This is State 66. And what room is that?
This is the office.
This is State 68. Appears to be sort of a closer view of his computer.
Yes.
Any sign of disturbance that you saw in that office area? Did you note the condition of like closets and cupboards to document whether or not there was any disturbance in those areas as well?
Yes, I did.
This is State 71. No disturbance in that closet, it appears.
That's correct.
And this is State 74. Sort of a cupboard, no disturbance.
That's correct.
And was it like that throughout the house? There was no sign of disturbance anywhere on the inside?
Correct.
Did Mr. Gehrman have medication that appeared undisturbed as well?
Yes, he did.
I want to move to, this is States 81. You can tell me. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the dining room area inside the residence.
Okay. And this is States 83. That dining room area to the right of it is a kitchen.
Yes.
And I see like a butcher block on the counter there. Did you document whether any knives were missing or anything like that?
There were no knives missing from the block.
This is States 89. What are we looking at there?
This is another view of the other side of the kitchen.
Okay, no sign of disturbance.
No sign of disturbance.
And this is States 91.
This is again another view of the kitchen.
And again, no indication of disturbance.
No disturbance.
I'm showing you now States 100. And it appears to be the trash bag. What was done with that?
This trash bag was located on the floor in between that dining room area and the kitchen. It was just open on the floor like that. We went through it and looked for any kind of receipts to kind of determine a timeline.
And I'm putting on the overhead now, States 103. What is that?
This is a receipt from Roberto's, dated 9/2, I believe at 9:03 a.m.
Okay. And the date would be on the receipt here. Can you see it? Oh, I know. I know. So we see the receipt from 9/2?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other part of the receipt has the time at 9:03 a.m.?
Yes.
How about the sort of the exterior of all of Mr. Gehrman's house? Was that documented by crime scene analysts as well?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document to see if there were any kind of disturbances or any way that somebody might have made entry into the residence.
This is states 106. Let me back up. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side gate that is just behind the decedent.
Okay, and that gate is closed, but there's not locks on it?
That's correct.
Was there any sign of disturbance around sort of the perimeter of the house?
There wasn't much of a disturbance. As you can see in that last photo, the gate is not latched all the way. So the door is closed, but it's not latched. Also, there's a window just north of that gate. So on the other side of the gate in the backyard, that window had a splash through the screen.
Okay, I'm putting on the overhead states 111. Can we see the window that you're talking about in that photograph? It's probably, can you see it or no?
I don't believe so. It's actually just beyond that bush on the left.
Okay, I'll try this one. This is states 113. Can you see looking at 113, can you see the slash mark on the window?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the linear line.
Can you, there's a mouse up there? Yeah.
I believe that this is the slash.
Okay, I'm gonna approach just so you're sure.
Yes, that appears to be so.
Okay. Did you take a closer look at that slash, or is there any further description you can give of it?
There's just a tear in the
screen?
In the screen.
Okay, this is states 114. It might be a better picture of it. Is that the slash that you were talking about?
Oh, that's correct.
Any other disturbance though on the window, like on the inside of that corresponding room, broken glass, anything pushed out?
No, not that we noticed.
Okay. And as you continue to the back of the residence, any disturbance whatsoever?
Not that I recall.
Okay, this is states 117. That appear to be the back of the residence?
Yes.
And then the back door that leads, I assume, into the kitchen area, no, that wasn't broken or any sign of disturbance to that as well?
No.
Mr. Gehrman's car was present at the scene?
Yes, it was.
This is states 135. And the keys were in his pocket, right?
That's correct. One key was in his pocket and one key was actually in the bedroom closet.
In the bedroom closet. The car itself, was it disturbed? Did you look at it on the inside?
We did open up the car. It was very clean on the inside.
Clean on the inside, nothing appeared out of the ordinary?
That's correct.
So the scene appears to be kind of confined to that side yard area?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 149. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a diagram of the crime scene.
Okay. Now on this diagram, I see AB6, AB5, 15, AB4, and AB3, 2, and 1. What are those designations?
The AB 1 through, I believe it's 6, is apparent blood. So apparent blood stain 1 through 6. They're in different locations around the body. Number 15 is actually a broken branch that we located near the body that also had apparent blood on it.
Were swabs taken of these areas?
Yes.
And how did you guys do that at a scene?
Whenever we take swabs of apparent blood, especially in this case, AB1 and AB2 are actually going to just be the physical surface that the blood was on. So it's 2 rocks. 15, like I said, is a branch that had apparent blood on it. So that was booked just as a branch. However, I believe it's AB3 through AB6. We take a cotton swab. So think of it like a Q-tip. You put molecular water on it, which is just essentially clean water. And then we swab the stain and secure it in an envelope and submit it for evidence.
Now, prior to swabbing it, do you mark it on the ground and or on wherever it is and photograph it so you know which one is AB 1, 2, 3, or 4?
That's correct.
I'm putting on the overhead states 150. And can you see the crime scene analyst markers on there?
Yes, you can.
And where should the jury be looking for those?
If you look here on the rocks, this is AB1 and AB2, I believe. The rocks themselves were collected. And then one of the designators is actually right here in the bush on the branch.
Okay. This is states 151. And are you able to see those markers as AB, well, I can read it with my glasses, AB1 and AB2?
Yes, AB1, AB2 are on the ground, AB3 is on the branch.
Okay, and those correspond to where they were on the diagram?
That's correct.
And so this would be AB3, which is on that branch?
Yes.
Now I'm putting on the overhead states 158. Appears to be like a outside decorative butterfly and a bird bath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were swabs taken from those items as well?
Yes.
And those would have been impounded the same way that you previously described?
That's correct.
And then are you, as a crime scene analyst, the person who does DNA testing or forensic testing on the item?
No, I do not.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bryan, you had testified it was yourself and 2 other crime scene analysts.
That's correct.
The other 2 analysts were Thomas and King.
That's correct.
Did all 3 of you arrive at the address at the same time?
Approximately the same time, yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
1441.
Did you arrive in the same vehicle with crime scene analyst Thomas?
I don't believe so. I think we took separate vehicles.
Okay, same question for crime scene analyst King.
I think she also took a separate vehicle.
All right. You arrive at the residence. Who's present when you arrive?
When I arrived, crime scene analyst Janelle Bracken was there initially. She did the initial documentation of the decedent. I believe homicide had already arrived and there were patrol officers as well.
So when you arrived and you testified that you arrived at presumably the same time that crime scene analyst Thomas and crime scene analyst King arrived, crime scene analyst Bracken was already there.
That's correct.
So now we have 4 crime scene analysts.
Yeah, she responded to the scene initially on a dead body call. After they did their coroner examination, they determined that the circumstances of that death were suspicious. So as it was the end of her shift, swing shift, which is a shift that I work, took over and she left the scene.
Are you aware at what time crime scene analyst Bracken arrived?
I am not sure what time she arrived.
When you arrived, you testified that homicide was there. You're referring to homicide detail?
Homicide detectives, that's correct.
And who was the principal detective, if you knew, of this crime scene investigation based upon your arrival and your understanding?
I believe the detectives that were lead agents on the case were Detective Gaddis and Hawkins.
Gaddis and Hawkins.
That's correct.
And they belong basically to the homicide group or the homicide detail, fair to say?
That's correct.
How many detectives in total were present when you arrived?
I can't recall.
Fair to say there was a lot of people coming in and out?
There were,
Law enforcement.
yes, there were a lot of law enforcement on scene.
How many patrol officers were on scene, if you're aware?
I can't recall.
Are you aware of any Metro Intelligence officers that were present?
I don't recall that.
Okay. There may have been, you just don't recall.
That's correct.
Now, your responsibilities were primarily that of taking photos and generating a report in reference to those photos, fair to say? As well as the evidence diagram that we reviewed with you, that's States Exhibit 149, correct?
CSA Thomas was the one that impounded the evidence and generated the diagram.
Okay. So your primary responsibility was that of photographing?
That's correct.
We were shown photographs, and it was States Exhibit 36 of the hands. Do you recall those?
That's correct, yeah.
You didn't place basically the covering on the hands, correct?
I can't recall which of us put the handbags over the
Okay.
hand.
So you may have put the handbags on the hands?
Typically, it'll be the crime scene analyst who is doing the evidence recovery will do that, but I can't recall.
Okay, and who would have that person been?
That would have been CSA Thomas.
But you don't know if it was CSA Thomas or yourself, correct, to put those bags
I
on?
can't recall.
And fair to say, when you arrived, there were no bags on the hands, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long those hands were exposed prior to your arrival?
Correct.
You had given testimony concerning this knife block inside Mr. Gehrman's residence,
Yes,
and you had testified that no knives were missing from that particular block, correct? Did you, and this block was in the kitchen area,
yes, it was.
did you open and review the drawers contained within, inside the kitchen?
Not that I recall.
Didn't photograph the contents?
No,
Didn't know what was in there before your arrival, a week before or following your departure, correct?
no,
Did you take any measurements of the distance between the kitchen area to the scene where the photographs were taken of the blood and the other matters?
no, we did not.
You were asked to give testimony concerning the slash. States Exhibit 113. And you characterized that as a slash, correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry? You probably, I don't want to mess up your stack. I have 113, but actually I have it. Thank you very much. Can you see it? This is a delay. This is the slash that was referred to, correct? On that
Yes.
Window. And that was on the other side of the gate where Mr. Gehrman was found, correct?
correct.
And then a close-up of this slash is in Exhibit 115, correct?
Yes,
Now, you use the word slash, but you don't know whether or not that was slashed by a knife or was even cut, correct?
no, it's a defect.
A defect. So, I mean, the idea of slash, that's something that doesn't necessarily fit that photograph, does it?
It could potentially, but it is a defect in the screen.
It could have been a fray.
It could have been.
And are you aware of what level, what height this slash or this fray was from the ground?
I don't recall.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Browning, at
when crime scene analysts are working scenes, it looks like you're on duty now, right? Is that what you would wear?
Yes,
Do you wear gloves?
yes, we do.
What's the purpose of crime scene analysts wearing gloves?
It's to prevent any contamination or cross-contamination of the scene.
Okay, and do all crime scene analysts at murder scenes wear gloves in order to avoid that contamination?
Yes, we do. We actually double glove anytime that DNA is a concern.
Okay, and so whoever bagged the hands of Mr. Gehrman would have been double gloved?
That's correct.
Okay. When you got to the scene, I think you, we talked about there being crime scene tape up.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of the tape?
The tape is to keep any non-law enforcement personnel out of the scene.
When you've been at murder scenes in your work at Metro, in a murder scene, if you're law enforcement, is everybody allowed to go in the scene where the decedent is?
No.
What are the rules on that?
Typically, it's going to be people that are actively investigating the scene.
Okay, so anyone who happens to be standing around can't go into the scene?
Correct.
And are there steps taken by patrol officers, analysts, and detectives, everybody, to preserve scenes?
Yes.
And that's in order to preserve any possible evidence that might be present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more thoughts?
Yes, and follow up. You were part of a second group that arrived. There was a crime scene analyst, Bracken, who had arrived prior to you, correct?
Correct.
Initially, this wasn't treated as a homicide scene, was it?
Not initially.
So these concerns regarding preserving evidence and contamination obviously would have followed, fair to say?
Anytime that a decedent is on scene, we do our best to lock down the scene. We have patrol officers on scene. We put tape up. We take all the precautions as necessary.
But you weren't present. were
I
you?
was not present for that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions, Jordan?
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness. Thanks.
The next witness, Your Honor, is Jamie Idols.
And Rachel, I wouldn't totally agree that the content is always better. It's not always better. It's not always better quality in terms of the accuracy. It might be better quality in terms of the ability to get your attention. But
You do solemnly swear the testimony
that's
about
the
to give
issue
this
with
action
real
shall be the truth, the
journalism.
whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do.
Is that they're obligated to, they'll get sued if they say some of the things that you can say
My
on
name is
social
Jamie
media.
Yos, Jamie, Jamie, last name Yos, IOOS is in Sam.
So it's a race for time, time versus quality. And social media usually wins on the time issue, which then loses views for traditional media, which loses advertisers. And it's kind of a sad state of affairs.
Media sites as well as the website.
When you say press releases, does that sometimes concern crimes that have just occurred?
Yes, it does.
And are some of those seeking the public's assistance to see if they can identify somebody?
Yes, we do ask for the public's assistance.
Were you working in that capacity in September of 2022?
Yes.
And were you involved in the press releases associated with the Jeff Gehrman homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember, can you tell the members of the jury just generally what type of information or what was released by Metro related to that investigation?
The Public Information Office is not an investigative unit, but when an investigative unit like homicide wants to put out pictures of a crime scene, of evidence, of video they have of the suspect, they'll coordinate with the Public Information Office and we'll either put together a written press release that we release to the media, or sometimes we do press conferences where we release photos and videos of evidence.
And was video evidence released in this case?
Yes, we had video evidence in this case.
Who compiles that or who decides what's released?
The homicide section, or whatever the investigative section is, decides what they want released, and then they send it to the Public Information Office, and we kind of compile it for them and put it together in a presentation that then we can give to the public.
Okay, I want to play, I think this will be State's Proposed 338. Yes.
Okay. Does that image look familiar, or the kind of
Yes.
top part of that? It
Yes.
says man found deceased outside home.
Yep.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at surveillance video from the neighborhood of where the Gehrman murder occurred that homicide gave to the Public Information Office to release for a press conference on September 6th, 2022.
And there was video, this is sort of a still of the video evidence that was released?
Yes.
Okay, can we just play that?
Got a slight limp there, huh? Kind of a limp. With the faster speed, you could see the limp.
So looking at that video, it appears there's like a normal speed of an individual walking, is
Mhm.
that correct?
Correct.
And then a slower version,
Yes.
and then a picture of a car,
Yes.
and then a still? sort
Yes.
of? All of those would have been provided to you by homicide detectives?
Yes.
Metro pushes that information out on September 5th or 6th?
September 5th, we released a photo of the suspect in the case. September 6th, we had a press conference where we released the video, the picture of the car, and again, the still photo of the suspect.
Now, once those are put out by Metro, if someone is calling in and says, I have information, does that go to you?
No, that does not go to our office. If we need a 24/7 response, there's a certain phone number that goes to what we call our Fusion Watch, where we put out their phone number that can get answered at any time if people have tips. We also provide the Crime Stoppers phone number. So if people want to call and report tips anonymously, they can do that. We also, for that press conference, provided the email for the homicide section in case anyone wanted to email homicide as well.
Okay. And the tips that come in, those are followed up by homicide
Yes.
at your office?
Right.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. So just so we're clear, you're involved in putting this information, these photographs, these recordings out, but you don't monitor the responses that are received. Were you involved in the series concerning Bob the burglar, where there was a similarly dressed individual in this area?
Yes.
And when was this Bob the burglar series presented?
Bob the burglar.
Approximately 1 to 2 months before the homicide.
Okay, and you reviewed those videos in preparation for your testimony today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing else, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Please step down.
Bob the burglar. I mean, it sounds like a
Witness.
Stephanie Smithson?
Come on, Captain Kurtz. Get your act together.
I'll take that off.
I mean, there was a picture. There was one
Right hand face
seen him from the side.
Did you
That was
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Smithson, Smitten.
I feel
Okay,
like
proceed.
I've seen this
How
office.
are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what is your job title?
I am a senior crime scene analyst,
We just had a crime scene analyst testify before you. How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
Almost 8 years.
And you're a senior crime scene analyst as well?
Yes.
And so that means you're allowed to go to more complicated scenes because of a demonstrated proficiency and experience?
Yes.
When crime scene analysts assist detectives with search warrants, can you describe what your responsibilities are at that type of scene?
Yeah, so generally we'll document the crime scene, and we do that by taking notes, we take photographs, we collect evidence, sometimes we'll process for fingerprints, and then at the end we'll generate a report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Duskett? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs. The first one is State's Proposed 217. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the location where you served a search warrant on September 7th with detectives?
Yes.
And then I'd like you to look through this series of photographs, which is State's Proposed 254 through 310. And tell me when you're done with those, please.
Come on, Vominos. Everybody, let's go. Come on, let's get to it. You know that we can do it. I don't remember the rest. I don't remember the rest of the song. My kids always also watched Blue's Clues. And when my son was a toddler, he loved Blue's Clues, and he loved Steve. And he loved the one song that Steve used to sing, but he didn't know how to sing it. So he would go, the song went like this. It went, here's a mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to yell, mail. And my son would go, mena, 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 mena. And he would dance around. Man, you guys, I love kids so much. Kids are life. And that's why I wish I could just put a protective bubble around kids and make sure that no harm comes to them. Yeah. Anyone who had kids in that era heard that song often, and maybe they even still do now. There were a couple different Steves, as I remember.
With respect to 254 to 310, are those a fair and accurate depiction of the location of the search warrant as well as items recovered from the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit those exhibits or those photographs.
Okay.
And then with respect to 217, is that an outside view of the location for the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit 217.
And I just have to let you all know that my poor dog, has been laying here so peacefully resting, laying on his back.
As the crime scene analyst on a search warrant, are you searching as well as the detectives?
We generally leave the searching up to the detectives.
Okay, so they search the particular locations, and then where do you guys come in as crime scene analysts?
Once they find an item of interest, they will ask us to go to that location and photograph it, document it, or collect it.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 217. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Is that 9624 Spanish Steps Lane?
Yes.
Did you know whose residence this was?
Yes.
Whose residence is it?
Robert Tellers.
Okay, and that's a search warrant was served there on September the 7th with detectives and yourself?
Yes.
You said the detectives typically are doing the searching and you document where various items are found photographically?
Yes.
And then what happens to those items after you document them photographically?
We can collect it and bring it back to the lab for impound or further processing.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 254. What area of the residence are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the kitchen.
And there appears to be an open drawer on the right side of the dishwasher?
Yes.
What of interest was in that drawer?
There were several items inside of that drawer.
Such as?
Scissors, I believe a knife was in there as well, or a box cutter.
I'm putting on the overhead states 255, sort of a closer view of that drawer. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there, it looks like there's a pair of black scissors, maybe a box cutter, and then some gray scissors?
Yes.
This is states 256. Is that a closer up view of those items?
Yes.
Were those items collected and impounded by you?
Yes.
With respect to those items, did you do anything in terms of further processing them for the presence of blood or DNA type evidence?
Yes, they were all swabbed for possible DNA. The scissors, the gray ones, were swabbed for apparent blood.
For apparent blood. I'm putting on the overhead states 259. Those are the gray scissors?
Yes.
And what is the notation that we see with the AB5, the bright pink?
The pink sticker is just a scaled sticker to show an area of interest, the area that I believe to be apparent blood.
Okay, and those are these are things that you processed yourself?
Correct.
You swapped? Do you recall a pair of shoes or like half a shoe and a whole shoe being collected at that scene?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 263. Do you recognize that shoe?
Yes.
And was that one of the shoes that were collected at that search warrant?
Yes.
And this is states 268. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a partial shoe that was also located.
Okay.
And recovered.
And were you the person that swabbed the shoe and the partial shoe for possible DNA evidence?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 274. Is that upside down?
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at there?
These are some multiple pieces of like white, gray rubber pieces.
And did they appear to be like pieces of a shoe?
They appear to be that way, yes.
Okay. Did you swab those items as well?
There was one that I swabbed.
And why did you swab a particular item?
There was a small area of a reddish brown stain on one of the pieces.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead states 275. Zoom in. Do you see the area that you swabbed?
Yes.
And usually, I think there's a mouse up in front of you. Are you able to point that out for the jury?
Oh, where'd it go? I don't know where the mouse went.
Okay, well, how about,
Okay.
Is that the area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead states 277. Let me back out. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a Ziploc bag that had more of those rubber pieces that were gray, black, and white in color.
Okay. And did you make some attempt to put some of them together to document what the cut pieces might have been before they were all cut up tiny?
Yes.
This is states 280. And what are we looking at there?
This appears to be the tongue of the shoe that will depict the brand, the size.
So it's like a Nike shoe.
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 282. What is that photograph?
This is a picture of a Sprouts grocery bag containing multiple pieces of a cut straw hat.
This is states 284. Is that the hat?
Yes.
And this is states 285. It looks like you laid the pieces of the hat out.
Yes.
Did you do any swabs on that Sprouts bag itself?
The bag, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of swabbing it?
For possible DNA.
And how about on the pieces of the hat? Did you swab them?
No.
Let me. One second. Were all of the different pieces of the hat impounded?
Yes. Thank you.
And lastly, I'm putting on the overhead states 306. What is that item?
This is a duffel bag.
And was that collected in the search warrant as well?
Yes.
And so you would have photographed that and impounded that as well?
Yes.
If I could have the court's indulgence for just 1 second. Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smithson, when you arrived at the residence, what time was it?
At the residence was about 9:30 a.m.
Who else was present when you arrived?
There were homicide detectives, patrol officers were there, personnel from the crime scene analyst section as well.
Okay, how many other crime scene analysts were present?
There was a crime scene analyst supervisor that was present, our director was present, and myself.
So 3 crime scene analysts.
Correct, when I arrived.
Did others arrive prior to your getting there?
Crime scene analyst?
Yes.
No.
So you were the first,
Correct.
and the others arrived after you did.
Correct.
Which detectives? What were the identities of the detectives that were present when you arrived?
There were a handful of detectives that were present. You're looking for names?
Yes, that's my next.
Okay.
Yes.
There was Cliff Mogg, Justin Gaddis. I'm blanking on some of the names, but I want to say Edgar Nahum was there. Brittany, I'm forgetting her last name, but there were numerous detectives that were there.
Do you recall the number of males, females?
As far as detectives,
Yes.
I do not know exactly the number, no.
Okay. You generated a report in reference to your involvement in this case,
Yes,
and you didn't include the names of the detectives in your report.
I did include, I just don't know off the top of my head how many.
Okay. Was it only homicide that was there?
No,
Okay. You agree with me that Metro is divided into various details, groups that investigate certain types of crimes, fair to say?
yes,
Generally, there's a principal detective or basically the ones in charge, and then that person delegates various responsibilities to various people.
yes.
If you recall, who was the primary detective in this case?
It was Detective Justine Gaddis.
Okay. And what other homicide detectives did you interact with in reference to your investigation and collection of evidence in this case?
Her, Cliff Mogg. Again, I'm blanking on names, but may I refer to my report for
Okay,
names?
please.
Solo, we've just been checking out the various looks on this dude's face. He's a sight to behold. I mean, Captain Kurtz or what? right? He also reminds me a lot of a certain somebody. That's sweet Patricia.
I apologize. I did not happen to write their names down in my report.
Correct.
I
So
apologize.
again, we don't know, do we? Because you didn't write it down.
I apologize, yes.
Fair enough. We know homicide was there. There were other detectives from other details, correct?
Yes,
There was Metro Intelligence there, correct?
I'm not completely sure.
You're not sure. So we don't really know who was on this scene where you were collecting evidence and having evidence handed to you, correct?
As far as evidence, only I interacted with homicide that was handling off. So intelligence was not handling off evidence to me.
That you're aware of, but we
That
don't
I-
know for sure, do we? Fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in reference to you reviewing these drawers, was your attention drawn to what to photograph or what to document within the kitchen area of this residence?
Yes.
And who was it that directed your attention to those drawers?
I don't remember specifically which detective, to be honest.
Okay.
They were all searching at the same time throughout the residence and usually were pulled in different directions.
Fair enough. So there's a fair amount of chaos going on, correct?
Yes.
On the pair of scissors, and I believe it states Exhibit 217, there appeared to be what may have been blood on those scissors, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that, you preserved that.
Correct. Yes.
And then that went on to another department to analyze, fair to say?
Yes.
In reference to these shoes, you didn't actually find the shoes, but you were directed by another detective to document or photograph the pieces of the shoes, correct?
Yes.
You don't know who that was, correct?
I believe that was Detective Nahum that directed me for the
Okay.
shoes.
Do you agree with me? You're not sure as you sit here today, are you?
I do remember specifically the shoes, yes.
Okay. But there was more than one, correct? There was bags. I mean, there was multiple particles to these shoes, correct?
Yes.
And they were located where in the residence?
There was a couch in one of the living rooms, the northeast living room, and it was underneath the recliner portion of the couch.
But you were directed once these pieces of these shoes were found to that area, correct? You didn't actually find them, did you?
That is correct.
Where were you at when you were summoned to go and find these pieces of these shoes or to photograph these pictures of these shoes?
I'm in the side of the residence as well with the detectives, catching up on notes.
What room were you in when you were summoned?
I'm not sure exactly which room I was in.
What time were you summoned?
I'm not sure about that as well.
Same questions concerning this hat that was cut up. You were summoned by a detective to come and photograph the hat, correct?
Yes.
That hat was cut up in pieces, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall where you were at when you were summoned, do you?
I was somewhere within the residence.
Okay, and how large was this residence?
It was a standard 2-story residence.
How many bedrooms?
There's one downstairs. I believe there's the master bedroom upstairs and 2 children bedrooms upstairs as well.
Did you diagram the residence?
I did not diagram the residence, no.
How many square feet was the residence?
I am not sure.
You arrived at the residence a little after 9 o'clock is your testimony?
Yes.
What time did you leave the residence?
May I refer to my report?
Please.
I think
I
he's
left
trying
at
to
7 o'clock at night.
imply that there was a
So
Oh,
what time?
I apologize. I left at
planting of evidence.
1:18 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours.
Yes.
Fair to say you were in multiple rooms, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go into the backyard?
Yes.
Side yards?
Yes.
Front yards?
Yes.
There were times while you were at the residence, you would have walked out on the street, correct?
Yes.
So you're in and out during this 4 hour period, correct?
Yes.
You're not paying attention to who's there, who's not. Fair to say?
Might not have noticed everybody that walked through. There's so many people there that day.
Exactly. There were so many people, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes. Do you know what a CAD report is?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the details of an event that is generated once somebody calls into our dispatch. As the dispatcher is receiving the information, they type that into the CAD event, and those are just all the details from that event.
Do you have to tell the dispatcher when you're going to a search warrant?
Like when we get assigned?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you would have had to radio in or log in and say that you're going to this particular location?
Yes.
And so you would be in a CAD report as someone at that location?
Yes.
You mentioned that, you discussed on cross-examination with Mr. Draskovich that there was no diagram done in this case, at this location. Is that correct? This was a search warrant, right?
Yes.
It's not a crime scene?
Yes.
You're looking for evidence?
Yes.
Or the detectives are. Diagrams are at crime scenes to note where particular items of evidence are. Is that fair?
Yes, they're generally at the original crime scene.
Okay, not at search warrants?
Correct.
Because items could be hidden and obviously placed there by defendants. Items in a house are placed or under the control of whoever's in that house. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So their location may not be accurate.
Sorry, could you?
Their location, I guess that's a bad question. Their location could be manipulated.
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, in reference to the manipulation of these items, it could be manipulated by who's ever in the residence while you are, correct? Law enforcement.
Generally, once I arrive to the crime scene, I will photograph the scene before anybody moves anything or touches anything. So the photos that I have are in its original state as we arrived.
As you arrived, but then you would testify that you were summoned to come and photograph these various items of interest, correct?
As they're located, yes.
Yes, but you weren't doing the locating, correct?
Correct.
Same question concerning this bag, specifically States Exhibit 306. This bag you did not find, did you?
No.
You were summoned
Yes.
with all the people coming in and out, correct?
With the detectives, the homicide detectives and specifically.
Or other detectives, whoever else was in there with law enforcement, fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No. Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. This time you may step down. At this time, we are going to recess for a break. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and will be in recess till 3:30.
Thank you. All right, next you very clear.
Okay, so far the defense strategy is you can't prove that was him, and the defense, I'm sorry, the evidence that was found could have been planted. So, you know, the jury is going to be the finder of fact, of course. They're going to have to look at all the evidence, and there's one view of him that there's one view of the actual perpetrator that I can't get beyond that convinces me that it's him, and I'll show you. Let me show you. Go back to the when they were showing some of the footage. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There's one particular shot. Okay.
Ultimately, the individual is seen traveling in the direction of Jeff Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, side of the house. The side of the house was to the compared it to the shoes worn by that assailant on Bronze Circle on September the 2nd. They don't just search in the house, they search in the garage as well, and there's a gray kind of tub in the garage that sort of stores stuff. And they get a lot of calls come in. And some of the calls they get are about an individual by the name of Robert Telles, the defendant. At the time, Mr. Telles was the hands to see if there was 2 fingernail clippings of Jeff Gehrman.
See, now at this point in the trial, they're actually watching the the footage of him walking of the suspect, the footage of the suspect walking, right? And the interpretation I have of this look on his face is of him trying to figure out, how do I explain that that's not me? How do I pick apart and I'm sure he's watched this footage over and over and over and over and over again, asking the same question, and he's still obsessing over, how do I look at this footage through the eyes of all these people and convince them that that person is not me?
There was foreign DNA, the onset there of the vehicle.
But I want to get to
it was 9:03 a.m. On the 2nd, eventful. Couple that lived, and they see a figure in his house, size for Jeff. Opens his garage.
I guess it would be close to around this time, this period here. Okay, do you see that view? I mean, the shape of that face right there is really identical to the shape of his face, for as much as you can see. But there was a whole other view I was looking for from the other side that I saw that really convinced me that it's him. There's the damage to his finger. I guess maybe what I could do is actually just find the actual footage, so I'm not trying to scrub through the trial again, because this is a little bit frustrating. But anyway, I'm pretty convinced that this is the guy, and the defense, is basically trying to use the old reasonable doubt. They're weighing heavily, they're depending heavily on the burden of proof of reasonable doubt, but the doubt has to be reasonable. And when you have so many different things put together, his car, the hat, the shoes, but what I'm really looking forward to hearing from is the DNA analysis. So the other thing I was interested in figuring out was, who is this attorney? And then I'm not sure if Rachel is still here, but I also pulled up an article about his wife. So I'll read that in a minute. But first, let's read about his lawyer. So his lawyer's name is Robert M. Draskovich. And so far, I mean, his lawyer seems to be fairly solid. I mean, he isn't annoying. He's just, defense attorneys can be really annoying and really aggressive. I get the sense that, I mean, this poor guy, I think it's been all of maybe a month and a half, 2 months that he's been on this case. So he may not feel confident enough to be overly aggressive here. But let's read through his credentials. He's a Las Vegas native who knows this city better than anyone else. Interesting. That's kind of a weird thing to put on a... Okay, so I'm going to have to just forewarn you. Whenever I review somebody's website, I look at it. I cannot help but review it from a marketing and communications perspective, because that's my profession. And the very first sentence of this website for this lawyer, I mean, that's drivel. He knows this city better than anyone else. Okay. Prove that. How do you prove that? You can't prove that, so you can say that, right? Fellow locals may remember him from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, where he received a Bachelor of Science of Arts in Spanish with honors in 1994. However, those in the legal profession all know him as a tireless crusader. His name is synonymous with integrity and dogged effort securing justice for his clients. He needs a better copywriter. Professional background. Attorney Draskovich received his Juris Doctor with honors in 1997 from Brigham Young University Law School. Not bad. He was a senior staff member of the Brigham Young University Law Review in 1996 and 1997, and was invited to become a member of BYU's Law School Board of Advocates, which he served from 1995 to 1997. He was admitted to the bar in Nevada and U.S. District Court of Nevada in 1997, which means he passed the bar on the first try. Good for him. And to the U.S. Court of Appeals Ninth Circuit. Following law school, Mr. Draskovich quickly earned a reputation for zealously representing clients in difficult cases and successfully helping people where other attorneys had failed. Where are the examples? He has defended a wide array of clients, ranging from members of the Hells Angels, the vice president of Smith & Wesson, and a 6-time Olympic gold medalist. I wonder who that was. Excuse me. One moment. Right, Stacy? I'm wondering if TELLES is going to fire him for not being aggressive enough. Because I can guarantee you that TELLES wants him to be like a bulldog. He wants him to be like, he wants him to be like a rabid dog in there. Yeah, that's definitely who Boone is looking for. Somebody zealous. Do I still have Boone's ad here? Oh, yeah. Hey. Hey, Mr. Draskovich. There's an inmate who wants you. Invest in the oppressed. Anyway, let's keep going. Many of his cases have received intense media coverage due to their out of the ordinary nature. To date, Attorney Draskovich has tried more than 100 cases to verdict. He is also Nevada Supreme Court Rule 250 certified, blah, 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 blah. Award-winning representation. I want to see actual cases. I want to see actual cases. Cases. Where are some actual cases? I don't see cases. Specific cases. Let's see. Testimonials. Look at this. These clients, they don't want to say they're great attorney. Best attorney, best defense attorney in town. Let's see if we read more and if it goes previous client. Somebody named Edgar, but they don't want to be known. They don't want to be known who they really are. I mean, I guess when you're a criminal defendant, you don't really want to know. You don't want people to know. But I'm not seeing actual. There's two attorneys, Michael Horvath. Now, this gentleman is sitting right next to him. I've seen him sitting next to him in court. Michael Horvath. He serves clients throughout the greater Las Vegas metro area with their legal matters. He focuses his practice on criminal defense cases. Let's see. He is hardworking, professional, and dedicated to his clients' interests, education. He went to Creighton University. Bishop Gorman High School in Nevada. He's a pretty recent grad. He's a pretty recent lawyer. All right. So let's go to the article about TELLES' wife. This is interesting. This is an article from today. Okay. This is from today. Marianne Ramirez Ismail is a senior consultant at Talent Function and wife of Robert TELLES. Okay. Let me just make sure I have the sound on in the court, that we don't miss them coming back. Okay. Interesting. Robert TELLES was arrested after the Las Vegas Review-Journal, blah, 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 blah. We know that. The husband and wife duo, Robert and Marianne, were investigated for a domestic violence case by the Las Vegas Municipal Court. TELLES is a lawyer and former Clark County public official. He also graduated from UNLV's Boyd School. He founded Accolade Law between Rancho and Valley View in West Charleston and focused on estate planning and probate. So he was a contract lawyer. Furthermore, TELLES first ran for Clark County Public Administrator in 2018 as a Democrat and won by defeating Republican candidate Thomas whatever. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Foguere. Additionally, he served in the office for 4 years, from January 2019 to January 2023. He ran for re-election but couldn't succeed. Robert TELLES' wife, Marianne Ramirez Ismail, also got involved in an investigation. Robert TELLES is married to Marianne Ramirez Ismail. Despite keeping herself away from the media, Mary made headlines in 2020 after she had a physical fight with her husband at a casino. The fight continued in the car on the way home, and Robert got arrested. Meanwhile, TELLES' wife, Mary, is a senior consultant at Talent Function, a CLO company. According to her LinkedIn profile, she has been working at the Talent Function since April 2021. Before joining this company, she worked as a project architect and implementation team lead at Symphony Talent. That's basically HR placement, something like that, or HR talent placement or recruiting. She remained with them from May 2016 to April 2021. During her time there, she led the successful execution of numerous implementation projects for global Fortune 100 companies. Similarly, she worked as a senior implementation consultant at IBM between December 20 blah, 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 blah. She was also associated with Brass Ring, where she held multiple positions. She started her career as an account manager in December 1999. Ismail attended San Francisco State University and earned a Bachelor of Science in Kinesiology and Exercise Science in 1999. Robert Telles shares children with his ex-wife, Tanya Burton. Robert has kept his kids' details from the media, but some images of them can be found online. I don't care about his kids. Reportedly, Robert and his 3 kids lived in Spanish Steps Lane, according to the Las Vegas Review Journal. Robert was married in the past, and his first wife was Tanya Burton. The former pair married while they were in Colorado. Robert and Tanya met when they worked together at Super Kmart in Denver. In an interview, his first wife said Telles aimed to be a Border Patrol agent in El Paso, but couldn't pass the vision test. Oh, that sucks. She also disclosed that she had a daughter with Telles. They divorced in 2008 because Robert had a more extroverted or attention-seeking personality, while Burton preferred a reserved life. On the other hand, Robert was born to his parents, Raymond Rutherford Telles. That's a weird sentence. On the other hand, Robert was born to his parents. This feels like it was an AI-generated story or something. Once his cousin Santino Telles revealed that Robert's parents divorced in the 1980s. Robert grew up with 2 younger siblings, a brother. So that's information about the marriage and life of Robert Telles. And they should be coming back into the courtroom any moment because their break is over. Hey, break time's over, y'all. What's lacking? Come back into the courtroom. So, I just want to remind you all, if you haven't seen it yet, that I do have a new channel. And I want to talk about true crime cases in a way that helps kind of break chains around, bad ways of thinking. For the next generation. And what I noticed that some of you are talking about, you're just staying away from the Sebastian Rogers case. And I, in all honesty, have been staying away from the Sebastian Rogers case too. I made one video about it on Checkmate. And then there was just so much drama and chaos that I just felt icky, in all honesty, making a video or going live about it. Now I'm starting to feel my own sense of curiosity about what has happened to this kid. And I'm serious. I have my own sense of curiosity. It's been several months. He's still gone. And what I want to do on Breaking Chains is just start looking through, just looking at the case with a clean slate without looking at any of the other coverage on YouTube. That's what I'm going to do first, is look at the news coverage and what has been reported, what was reported. And then maybe I'll look at what I'd like to kind of do is compare how the interviews with the, people involved have played out on news media and then on YouTube. I don't really want to get involved in drama between creators on YouTube and the family, but I do think it's quite interesting that a YouTuber has been served with a protection order by some family members, and I want to look at that. Is it warranted? Is it not? I don't know. That YouTuber has a history of being really, really, really problematic. And it hasn't, and you don't have to prove the harassment or, the fear of danger of your life to get a temporary protective order. But my understanding is that the court date has passed and she didn't show up to court. The YouTuber, Bullhorn Betty, didn't show up to court. So that's not, I don't know. So eventually what I want to do, I just want to look at it with a fresh set of eyes from my own perspective. Understood, Solo. I think a lot of people feel very strongly about it, and it's totally understandable.
Sorry.
But even as I go through whatever footage I go through and interviews, I'm not the type that's going to come to a hard, fast conclusion without a trial, without more than just what is being said on TV and on social media. I'm just not that type of person, unless I see something incredibly conclusive, something that really convinces me. And that may happen. But I do want to kind of also explore all the ideas that are pushing people in different directions in the case.
Of the jury panel
Yes, we do.
and the defense?
Yes.
Camera
Thank you.
guy.
Sale call John Martinez at the stand. John Martinez.
I most definitely don't want to make video after video after video after video about that case. That's not what I'm looking to do.
Oh, okay.
Please step up to the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Jonathan, Jonathan, Martinez, Martinez.
Okay, proceed.
You may.
Thanks so much. Sir, are you familiar with a company called Multiple Plumbing Services?
Multiple pump services, yes.
Okay, what is Multiple Plumbing Services?
I work for them and we do sewer bypasses.
Okay, so what does that mean, sewer bypass?
When there needs to be work done on the sewer line, we'll create an above ground bypass, plug up the sewer line, suck it up, move it above ground, dump it off somewhere else to dry out that system so they can work on that dried out system.
Does your company perform that sort of work in residential areas?
Yes.
Is that like a 1 hour job?
No, it can go on for months, 24 hours.
Months.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to September 2nd, 2022. Did you and your company perform a sewer maintenance project over on a street called Wintergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on that day?
Yes.
If we focus on September 2nd, 2022, and we work our way back, about how long was your company working on Wintergreen?
Probably mid-August.
So you were there in the month of August.
Yes.
So I have a question for you. When you would work on a project like that, was there anything that you and your fellow workers would actually wear on the construction site?
We're required to wear high-vis clothing, usually orange or yellow, with reflective vests or some kind of reflective tape on our chest.
Mr. Martinez, what is the purpose of wearing bright orange stuff when you're working on a sewer project out in a residential neighborhood?
We usually work in the middle of the road, so we need to be visible to traffic.
So you're in the middle of the street?
Yes.
So if a car drove by, in theory, as you were working, they could see you and your fellow workers all wearing orange clothing?
Yes.
And you were there during the month of August.
Yes.
How many days a week were you and your fellow workers working on wintergreen in orange jackets?
Every day for 24 hours.
Every day for 24 hours. So if you walked through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
If you drove through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022, probably around 10:30 in the morning, early morning hours, maybe around leading up to about noon. Are you working at Wintergreen?
Yes.
Is there a vehicle at some point around that time, around 10:30ish, catch your attention?
Yes.
Why does it catch your attention?
I was doing a route from Rock Springs to Wintergreen every 30 minutes, and I would pull up in the middle. It was more convenient for me to park in the middle, so I wouldn't have to park and then walk down. A vehicle parked in kind of like right before a barricaded sign. If that vehicle was there, it would impede traffic to turn right on, I'm not sure the street name. So when I pulled up, that vehicle was parked on that side right there.
So you were not on foot, you were in your car?
I was in the company truck.
It's like a work truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this car parked over there, what kind of vehicle, what color vehicle was it?
I remember it was red.
Red. Do you see the driver?
Yes.
Is the driver wearing anything?
Orange.
Orange. First impressions, did you think he was part of your work project?
I wasn't really sure.
But he had something similar to what you and all your fellow workers who have been there for the last month have been wearing.
Similar, yes.
So do you kind of pull up in his general direction?
I pulled up in the middle of the road, and he was parked on facing the opposite direction than me on my left.
Do you remember it being filled with lots of people, or was there only one person in the car?
One person.
Okay. As you start to approach this vehicle, does that red car with the person in the orange jacket, does that person stick around?
No, he gave me a wave and then proceeded to drive away.
So that person didn't get out and join your work site?
No.
He didn't ask where I should park to help out and work?
No.
So he just moved on?
Correct.
Did you ever see that red car again, as far as you remember?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You've had, at some point a couple days later, someone from the police department approaches you. Isn't that right, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Have you had a chance prior to see some footage, maybe from some like a home surveillance camera?
Prior to that, no.
Okay. But I meant like around that time, you have seen footage previously that depicts kind of what you've described to us. Is that correct?
Yes, I have seen it.
All right. At this time, I believe we have a stipulation that states proposed 338 has been admitted into evidence.
That is correct.
We will be playing a video just entitled John Martinez Video. If we could cue over, please. Here, we'll start it up again. I'm gonna stop it right here. Do you see a vehicle that you just described to us previously?
Yes.
Okay, where is it located on this footage?
It's the SUV on the right top corner.
All right, resuming playing. That white truck, who's driving that white truck?
I am.
And that's kind of the interchange that you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And the driver at no point rolled down his window to ask you where he should park to join you and your fellow workers on that sewage repair project?
No.
He just drove away.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes. You were shown this video previously, correct?
Yes, the following Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday after by a detective.
Okay, and this was 2 years ago.
Yes.
And you agree with me that you gave honest answers to the detective when you were interviewed?
Yes.
Tell me you didn't really remember the interaction, did you?
Not really.
And fair to say that, I mean, it's been 2 years, you've had a lot going on, probably remembered it better then than you would today.
Yeah, I was pretty tired when he interviewed me, but yes,
Okay, he tape recorded your interview, correct?
I believe so.
You were asked if someone tried to get your attention and you said you didn't really remember, honestly. Fair
No.
answer.
Yeah, fair answer.
Case counsel?
I have 179. Fair to say it wasn't a memorable interaction that you had.
I'm sorry?
I said fair to say that it wasn't really a memorable interaction that you had with this person in this vehicle.
I guess.
I mean, you
Sort
can
of.
tell by your face, it didn't stick. I mean, you didn't remember when you were interviewed a couple of days later, really, what happened or the
No.
importance of anything. Fair to say?
No, I didn't feel like it was important. No.
You didn't feel like it was important. You never saw this person's face, correct?
I did, just for a very short time.
I see. Were you ever shown any lineups in reference to that person?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, to identify this person.
No, I was never asked to.
Okay. You never spoke to this person?
No.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Briefly. Yeah, briefly. Just to be clear, the police officer who interviewed you didn't ask you the question of, hey, did this guy ever get out and ask where he should park? That officer never asked you that question.
No.
Would you have answered it back then if you were asked that question?
Yes, I would have remembered that.
The first person who asked that question was me, correct?
Correct.
And that was today,
Yeah.
right? Additionally, the question about him getting out, asking for directions, like that was never asked by this officer. If this driver in the orange jacket in the red car ever sought any information as to where to park, the police officer never asked you a question like that back then, correct?
Correct.
So you never had an opportunity to answer it until today. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, we have the video, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can see the driver doesn't get out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay, he just drives off once you start to approach him.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything to ask?
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused from your subpoena. Please state and call the next witness.
We're going to call Detective Cliff Mogg to stand.
Isn't it nice to get through several witnesses in a trial without multiple sidebars and objections and stuff like that?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, Clifford. Last name is Mogg, M as in Mary, O-G-G.
May I proceed?
You may.
All right, you don't have anyone. Okay, that's all right. Sir, normally I'd ask you what you currently do for a living, but I first want to ask you, maybe as late as or as early as late as last year, what were you doing here in Las Vegas?
So up until August 10th of last year, when I retired, I had been a police officer for almost 40 years, 27 of that with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and 20 years as a homicide detective.
Okay. Currently, do you have a new profession or at least a follow-up of your police work?
I'm a contract investigator for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I have my own company, and that's what I do currently.
Were you hired by our office to prepare kind of a PowerPoint analyzing video surveillance?
I was.
And just to be clear, was this video surveillance that you had collected when you were working as a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct. On September 3rd, myself and other members of my squad responded to Mr. Gurman's residence in connection with a body that had been found in a suspicious homicidal death I was one of the later detectives to respond, and my job at that point was to assist the other lead detectives in the case and locate surveillance video in the area of the crime.
All right. So let's talk about that first. So this PowerPoint, you prepared this PowerPoint, is that correct?
I did.
Tell this jury a little bit about the process that you and your fellow detectives, as well as patrol officers, conducted to collect all of the footage that we are about to see.
So the collection of this video actually occurred over a couple of days. On the day of our initial response to the scene, we canvassed the area looking for surveillance cameras that are located on the outside of houses, businesses that might be surrounding the area, any other type of surveillance cameras, whether they be stationary or mobile cameras that could be in the area. And then we make contact with the people who are at that residence or that business and attempt to collect video from them. In this case, there was a house directly across the street which had cameras that faced Mr. Gurman's residence. Down the street, there were a couple other houses. Some of them did not have any surveillance that was available, either because the camera didn't record it or it wasn't within the range of the camera. I recovered some surveillance video from a house at the corner of Wintergreen and Bronze Circle, which actually showed the arrival of the suspect vehicle and the suspect walking along the Wintergreen Drive.
I want to jump ahead just for 1 second before we start moving on to your PowerPoint. You mentioned you found footage on Wintergreen of the suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your line of work, whether it's in a residential area, like in the outdoors, or maybe at a casino, is there a process that if you find a suspect or a person of interest, is there a method in which you try to track the movements of someone?
Yes. So once we collect surveillance video and we collect it for a certain time frame where we believe the crime occurred or where the suspect may have been in the area, at that point, we start reviewing the camera footage from the time that we get it until the time that video footage ends, looking for the suspect. If we find the suspect or the suspect's vehicle in any of those video clips, then what we do is start going backwards and looking further down the street, around the corner, down the other streets, businesses that are in the area, to see if we can determine when the suspect or the suspect's vehicle arrived in the area and when it left and what route it took to either arrive at the scene or depart from the scene.
And so ultimately you are trying to find ideally the ultimate origin, let's say in this case, the suspect car, trying to find the ultimate origin of that suspect car, and you're trying to find the final destination of the car. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Can you tell, once you found this vehicle, were you able to track it beyond just, Wintergreen and Bronze Circle? Were you able to start collecting surveillance that extended beyond just those couple of streets?
Yes.
Okay. How far out are you going, sir?
Miles. I think it's actually driving the route. It's approximately 5.4 miles out that we went to collect video.
So you just kind of start hitting businesses or restaurant or residences kind of all along this route that you believe this car is taken?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that? Is it just a one-person job? How many officers took part in this?
So there were 6 people on my squad. We had other detectives that assisted us. There were detectives from the digital forensic unit that helped us. We had other units within the Metropolitan Police Department that assisted us in canvassing the area for surveillance video. All told, I believe I probably had 20, 25 detectives looking for surveillance video.
Have you ever heard of the term of kind of gridding something out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's just giving areas of responsibility to different detectives to look for surveillance video within that area.
Okay, let's start getting to it. What do we see here? What is on this first slide?
So this first slide, there was a multitude of surveillance video cameras that were located. We were able to collect surveillance video from several of the digital video recorders. Some of it was of evidentiary value, some of it was not. This right here is a listing, just the first 6, of locations that had video that was of an evidentiary value that I used in constructing this PowerPoint.
And let me just stop you right there. And just to be clear, the suspect vehicle is not the only thing that you were tracking, correct? In terms of this PowerPoint and the compilation of the video, is that right?
That's correct. We also tracked the victim.
Okay, so for example, I see number 3. What's significant about number 3?
So number 3 is Roberto's Taco Shop. It's located just north of Charleston on Rainbow. And the victim actually went there at about 9 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have these parentheses for each one of them talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these just another, I guess, 7 sources of camera footage that we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
Is this additional footage?
Correct.
And additional footage?
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tellez, then what I did was just used what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tellez's residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Okay. And what is this?
And this is a photograph of Mr. Tellez's maroon GMC Yukon Denali.
We'll talk about this Denali in a little bit once we're kind of through the footage, because I'll have to switch over to the other projector. But let's look at this. How are we going to start?
So this is the first movement of the victim. At about 8:47 in the morning, he leaves his residence. The direction of travel he went was north on Wintergreen, and then we don't have any surveillance video of him after he goes north on Wintergreen. And so this, where the red circle is just his vehicle leaving Bronze Circle from the direction of his residence. And then again, I did the same thing, just an approximate route that I believe Mr. Gurman would have taken to get to Roberto's Taco Shop, and that's approximately 2.4 miles.
What are we looking at here?
So this is Roberto's Taco Shop at 907 South Rainbow at about 9:04 in the morning. And again, this is a corrected time. So when I say corrected, it's just corrected for the differentiation from the actual time and the DVR time. And the victim arrives in his vehicle and parks in the parking lot on the south side of the business. And then this camera right here is the approximate location of the camera that captured that. This is Mr. Gurman arriving. So the clothing that Mr. Gurman is wearing was important to me later on in my examination of the surveillance video, because this is the same clothing he wears when he comes out of his house.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is just a photograph of Mr. Gurman at the cash register inside the Roberto Taco Shop. And that's, again, about 9:04 in the morning.
All right, so we've now moved on to a new slide. What is significant about 9601 Red Hills Drive?
So this is I hope I pronounce this right, Pidgeot Elementary School. It is directly south of the road leading to Mr. Gurman's or Mr. Tejas' residence.
So if you can show us, where's Mr. Telles's residence?
Right up here where the red pin is.
Okay, is that, and I'm gonna walk up here. Is this a driveway? Is that what we're looking at? Is that a driveway out onto Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just pulled out of that driveway and came down Silk Castle, that would be the straight route if Mr. Telles was leaving his house to make his way out, I guess, out in that direction. Would that be fair?
Correct. It's just a short eastbound jaunt and then south onto the street.
So just to be clear, this is at 9:10 in the morning. What are we gonna see footage of here?
So this, you'll see Mr. Tejas arriving at his residence, and you'll see the red Yukon Denali traveling westbound and then northbound.
So back in the direction of his house.
Correct.
And just to be clear, you said that the process is you start with the car and then you start working in a direction, collect video, right? Until you find the final destination, right?
Correct.
So this is the final origin spot, correct?
Yes.
But you had to look at video prior to this, seeing the path of travel from the Bronze Circle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, or Wintergreen, right? Thank you. All right, so we've got, just to go back, so we're at about 9:10 in the morning for Tejas' Denali at this point, correct?
Correct. He's arriving home.
All right, so now, why are we looking at this slide next?
This is another slide of the victim. So at 9:11 in the morning, the victim leaves the restaurant, gets into his car. He travels west in the parking lot, then goes north in front of the Home Depot there at Rainbow and Charleston. And then he turns back out onto Rainbow Boulevard.
Okay, so this is a minute apart, right? So Garman's at the taco shop, Tejas is on his way home, or in the direction at least.
Yes. There's Mr. Gurman leaving the restaurant. And in addition to this, I also looked at the other cameras from these businesses to see if there was another red Yukon Denali that had followed Mr. Gurman there or followed him away, and I did not see one.
Okay, so during the time that you have eyes on Mr. Garman's car, at least at this point in time, you're not seeing a red Yukon.
I'm not.
He has a lot to say right now.
All right. Now, what is significant about this slide?
This is at 9:12 in the morning, again from Pidgeot Elementary School. And this is a camera, same angle as the last time, showing Mr. Tejas arriving. This is showing Mr. Tejas leaving the area of his residence, traveling south, and then traveling east on the street in front of the school.
And that would be Red Hills Road.
Correct.
What are we looking here in this slide?
So this is at 9:19 in the morning. This is a camera that was located at 1405 Wintergreen Drive, which is just southeast of Bronze Circle where the victim lived. The victim drove northbound on Wintergreen Circle and then turned west onto Bronze Circle toward his house.
Has approximately 8 minutes elapsed since he left the Robertos.
Approximately, yes. There's his vehicle. Making the westbound turn on Bronze Circle.
And so that's Bronze Circle beyond that tree there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then at 10:03, the victim left his residence again, traveled north on Wintergreen to Vegas Drive. And then this camera is located at 7200 Periwinkle. It's on Wintergreen, just south of Vegas, and it'll show the victim driving north on Wintergreen and then turning eastbound onto Vegas Drive at about 10:03 in the morning.
Did you also, at this point, with this type of footage, look to see if there's any red Yukons following him?
Not yet.
Okay.
Here you can see he makes the turn, and there are no other vehicles that follow him.
All right. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is the first time that I captured the red Yukon Denali at 10:26 in the morning, traveling southbound on Rock Springs Drive. This is, you can see in the yellow there where Mr. Gurman's residence is located. It's a couple blocks to the east. And this is again at 10:26 in the morning, and it was captured by a camera on the east side of that address. And then these are just stills because the vehicle drove by too fast to be of any use.
What's significant about this area?
At 10:26 in the morning, further down the street on Rock Springs is Cornflower Drive. This video was recovered from 7125 Cornflower Drive at 10:26 in the morning, and the red Yukon drove west on Cornflower. And it's captured by that camera on the north side of the house.
Okay.
At 10:30 in the morning, the house on the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas at 7200 Periwinkle. The victim drove west on Vegas Drive, then turned southbound onto Wintergreen back into the direction of his house. Again, you can see there are no other vehicles that followed the victim into the neighborhood.
And what's significant about this timestamp?
So at 10:39, saw the red Yukon traveling from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen. This is the same direction that the victim had just traveled. And again, 10:39 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle, and it was the camera located on the east side of the residence.
If we just go back for a second. So this is at 10:30. So Garman's coming in at 10:30, and this is approximately 9 minutes later.
Yes. And all of these videos are at the actual speed. When I reviewed the surveillance videos, I slowed these down to 1/4 to 1/8 of the speed so that I could look at details.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a still from that last video from 7200 Periwinkle. And this shows the suspect who's clad in an orange traffic shirt, sitting in the driver's seat. The passenger visor is down and the driver visor is down.
Did that take on later significance for your investigation, Detective?
It did.
Why is that?
When I went to Mr. Teaz's residence several days after the murder, I located that a similar red Yukon Denali parked in his driveway. And everything that I had seen on the surveillance video was similar to Mr. Teaz's video, or to Mr. Teaz's vehicle, including the fact that that passenger visor was still down.
Okay, we're gonna pause that presentation for a second. I want to show counsel. 314, 17,
The defendant is not buying it.
325, and 313.
He's like, visor down, who cares?
Okay, at this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states 313, 314, 317, 319, 322, and 325. May I approach the witness? No objection. Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to make it a little easier, I'll walk up and show the jury so we don't have to keep moving the computer. But take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize what we're looking at there.
So these are photographs taken of Mr. Teaz's vehicle as he was parked in the driveway in front of his residence on the date that we executed the search warrant.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that jumped out to you was when you saw that vehicle at his house parked, there was something about the visor that jumped out to you. What was that again?
That the visor was down in the same position that it was in this surveillance picture.
Okay. I want to show you 317 and 319. Is that depicting what you're talking about?
It is.
And is that essentially what you're circling there in that photograph on that PowerPoint presentation?
That's correct.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Showing the jury 317 and 319.
There's also one other feature that I saw. If you look.
There's no question.
All right. Detective, are there any other features that you noticed?
There was.
Okay, what was it?
If you look at the surveillance photo on the screen, below the visor on the edge of the window, next to the hood of the car, there's a light colored area. There was a similar light colored area on Mr. Teaz's vehicle when I found it parked in his driveway.
Detective Bogg, why don't you step down for a second? Do you see it in this photograph? That light colored area?
Right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of the front windshield of that Yukon Denali. And it looks almost, it's lighter, I mean, it kind of looks orangish, but it's not quite a rectangle. For the record, you said that jumped out to you when you saw the car in person?
Correct.
I'd like to show you states 317. Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you, why don't you come on down and show them what you saw when you looked at it in person?
So it's this light colored area right there.
Let the record reflect. Again, he's pointed in 317 to kind of a rectangular area right in the bottom corner of that front windshield. What's it say on the front passenger door there? Does that have lettering on that door?
Denali.
Okay, and when we look at 322 here, what does it say on the front passenger door?
Denali.
Tell me about the wheels for a second. Are the rims similar?
They are.
Okay. May I approaching with page 322? Here's another question, Detective. The windows, the front passenger windows, anything significant about the front passenger windows as it relates to the rear windows?
So as I reviewed the surveillance video, I noticed that the front driver and front passenger window were not tinted, but the windows behind them were. When I arrived at Mr. Tejas' residence, I noticed that the driver and front passenger window were not tinted and the rest were.
Showing the jury states 322 and 325. When you watch this video or this Denali on the video surveillance, do you see any bumper stickers or decals or anything like that?
None.
And when you saw Mr. TELLES' car in its driveway, did it have any stickers on it anywhere?
No.
Publishing 313. Okay, let's move back to this presentation. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is at 10:39 in the morning, again from the 1405 Wintergreen residence. The red Yukon drove south past the house, and the driver appeared to be the only occupant in the vehicle. And then less than a minute later, that same Yukon drove north on Wintergreen.
Now, did you noted that there was something about the license plate that was significant in the footage?
Yeah, didn't appear to have a rear license plate during the time that I saw it driving around the neighborhood.
Now, Detective, how long had you been a police officer for?
About 40 years.
How many years on homicide?
20.
Have you ever had a case when a suspect might, I don't know, remove his license plate when going off to commit a crime?
Yes.
Objection, counsel. Thank you.
Let's move on.
Don't say thank you when the judge sustains.
What do we have here in this slide?
Favor.
So this is 37 seconds later at about 10:40 in the morning. The red Yukon drove south on Wintergreen Drive and stopped momentarily across the street from 1405. And this is where it pulls in and stops.
Now, Detective, I don't know if you were familiar with this, but were you aware that there was like a sewer repair project going on in that area?
I was.
So remind me, when you're driving down that road, what street are you heading towards now?
Cornflowers down that way.
Okay. I just wanted to see if maybe when we get to a map, I just kind of want to see if you can help me orient that. Why are these pictures isolated?
Those are just two stills of the Yukon and the suspect sitting in the driver's seat as they were parked across the street from 1405.
And any significant about the windows?
Same thing, the front passenger and the front driver window were not tinted, the rest were.
All right. Okay, so Cornflower. So this is the area that we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay, so when we looked at that last footage, is the car, I'm assuming this is north, south, east, west, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we saw the footage with the construction truck where they had that interaction, can you come down here and show me where that interaction is? And then where does the red Yukon kind of drive towards?
So this is Brown Circle right here, Mr. Garman's residence. The Yukon parked right across the street here for a brief instant. That sewer truck backed up here, and then the Yukon drove south on Wintergreen.
Okay. All right, what is significant about this slide, sir?
At 10:48, at 7004 Copperleaf Drive, which is just south of Cornflower. The Yukon drove west in front of that residence, then made a U-turn and went east on Copperleaf Drive.
Is this a still of that footage?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is another video of the Yukon as it drove west on Lunar Light Drive in front of 6905 at about 10:49 in the morning.
Is this a still from that footage?
Yes.
And now what are we looking at here?
10:54 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle. This is just south of Vegas on Wintergreen. The red Yukon turned south onto Wintergreen Drive from westbound Vegas Drive, and the driver was orange shirt.
This is a still from that?
Yes.
Okay, what about this footage here?
So this is 7200 Bronze Circle. It's right at the corner of Bronze Circle and Wintergreen. At 10:56 in the morning, the red Yukon was captured on the surveillance camera on the east side of the house. It stopped briefly, and then it continued south on Wintergreen Drive, and you can see the yellow reflective bands on the suspect's shirt. And then between 10:59 and 11:01, the suspect seen here with the beige gardener hat, the orange shirt with the reflective stripes, the dark pants, and the gray tennis shoes, walked north and south along Wintergreen briefly before he continued north on Wintergreen.
What are we looking at here?
So this is from 1405 Wintergreen Drive. That video was corrupt. It had a lot of blank spaces in it where there was just static. It did not show the arrival of the Denali in front of the residence, but at 11:01 hours when the video started up again, the Denali was already parked.
All right, now why is this footage significant, sir?
So this is where I capture the suspect walking south on Wheatland Way. And then after he walks south past 1505 Wheatland, he turns around and walks northbound again up to Periwinkle. And here you can see the suspect with his hat, his jacket, the pants, the shoes, and he was also carrying a bluish gray
He
bag
probably
with
looking
dark
at it and saying, "That
straps on it.
doesn't look like me." I think it looks exactly like him. That's the angle I was trying to look for earlier, where you can clearly see that the profile is identical to him. He's like, "You don't really see me there. You can't really see me there, can you? That's not, come on, look at, I don't walk like that." I don't know, Stacy. I haven't seen him walk. But even that suspect, the person walking looks weird and very suspicious, even in the way that they're walking.
What are we looking at here?
Okay, 7200 Bronze Circle. We've seen the video from this house several times. The camera on the east side of the house faces Wintergreen, and this will show the suspect at about 11:16 in the morning walking south on the sidewalk along Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle.
And just to be clear, when we looked at the footage before, we were looking at footage from Wheatland Way, right?
Yes.
And so was the final footage, is you walking north around that corner? Is that what we're seeing there?
He's coming south.
So he's walking
on Wintergreen
So he's
toward Bronze Circle.
So he's on that road up there, making his way towards Wintergreen.
Periwinkle, yes.
Is that, I can't see the Bronze Circle blocking it. Would it say Periwinkle behind the Bronze Circle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's what we see on the previous footage. And now we're going to see some continuation. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
This is the suspect, still dressed the way he was on the previous video, walking south toward Bronze Circle.
What are we looking at here?
This is, again, the same camera faces northwest from 1405 Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle. And you can see the suspect at about 11:17 walking westbound on Bronze Circle along the sidewalk.
All right. What is significance about the next slide?
So this is surveillance video from directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. It's located at 7217 Circle. At about 11:17 in the morning, the suspect walks westbound on Bronze Circle, where the red dotted line is, to the west side of Mr. Gehrman's residence. When he leaves several minutes later, he walks back eastbound on Bronze Circle toward Wintergreen, where the blue dotted line is.
Okay. So the red dotted line signifies the approach and the blue signifies the exit.
Yes. So you can see the suspect in the upper part of the video.
There's not additional footage? at
No,
this point?
just click it again.
Okay.
Right, this is another camera on that same residence, and this is facing north toward Mr. Gehrman's garage and the west side of his house. And you can see the suspect walking across the driveway up to the gate area on the west side of the house.
Yeah, what trips me out is that he kind of looks like he's seeing this for the first time. I'm sure he's seen it multiple times. You know, it's like he's trying to, and I see defendants do this a lot where they don't do it all the time, but a lot of defendants do this where they kind of, it's like
Okay,
they're
go to the
trying
next
to
slide.
show a reaction.
What are we
So
looking
at
at here?
11:21 hours,
wants to see?
the victim's garage door opens, and then you'll see Mr. Gehrman walk from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen back to that gate area. And he's wearing the same clothes that he was wearing at the time that he was at the Roberto Taco Shop. And as soon as he gets back near the gate, you'll see the suspect come out. Right there. So the attack occurs over here on the west side of the garage.
Sarah Boone was in court again today. I should say Sarah Boone was whining in court again today. He probably gives all kinds of advice to his friends in the slammer, Stacy. Because, you know, he's a lawyer. So he probably sees himself, you know, above all of them, all of his fellow inmates.
And here comes the suspect.
Stacy, her trial is going to start in October. So there's all these preliminary
And
hearings.
now he's going to leave the area eastbound on Bronze Circle. This is back to the other camera angle at the same address. You can see him walking along the sidewalk again. And he continues walking eastbound to Wintergreen.
What are we looking at here?
This is 11:25 in the morning. The camera at 1405 Wintergreen Drive. The suspect walked to the red Yukon from Bronze Circle. He put his bag into the left rear seat. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove south on Wintergreen.
Oh, really, Patricia? Par for the course. Sometimes it's hard for me to get into individual hearings because I know that
What are we
This is
looking at
just
here?
a still of the suspect getting into the driver's seat. And you can see the same hat, same jacket, pants, and shoes.
Moving on, what are we looking at here?
This is 11:30 at 1501 Rock Springs Drive, which was an apartment complex located on Rock Springs. Recorded the suspect's red Yukon driving north on Rock Springs Drive toward Vegas Drive.
Is this just a still from that?
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this is 11:29.
These individual hearings can be so technical and boring, and I want to know that we're going to get to the final answer eventually. So I pick my spots with hearings. Some hearings can be explosive, and sometimes the hearings are more interesting than the actual trial. But
We're back to 7200 Bronze Circle, the address directly across.
that's why I
the
don't
street
always show
from Mr.
hearings.
Behrman's residence. At 11:29, the suspect's red Yukon drove westbound on Bronze Circle, pulled up in front of Mr. Gehrman's house, stopped. The suspect got out of the driver's seat, went back to the area where the attack occurred, and then returned to his vehicle and left eastbound on Bronze Circle. Next slide.
Revisiting the scene of a crime.
I think I might have froze up.
Oh, okay. We'll go back. Well, let's see. Let's see if I can do it. See if this does it. Let me do this. Let me close out of it. Let's just reopen it. I think we were, is this where we were? I feel like this is where we
Yes.
were.
This is the Denali arriving. Stopping in front of Mr. Gehrman's residence. And there's the suspect.
And TELLES is like, TELLES or Teus, it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no murderer. It ain't me. It ain't me. That ain't me. Please believe me. That ain't me.
Making a U-turn and going back eastbound on Bronze Circle. Then you'll see it turn northbound onto Wintergreen. And again, 7200 Periwinkle, the intersection of Wintergreen and Vegas Drive, you'll see the red Yukon traveling northbound on Wintergreen, and then it makes a westbound turn onto Vegas.
So, Stacy, I don't know if you're still there, but
What are we looking
Vegas
at
is
here?
the main drive. Do you see?
So this
hear
is
how quickly he got out onto Vegas.
Sunspot Street.
It's not a
The
super
house
big
actually
place.
backs up to Washington. And there's a camera located at the back of the residence that faces south toward Washington, covers kind of the backyard area of the house. At 11:35, the suspect's red Yukon drove west on Washington Avenue from Tenaya Way.
Is that a screen grab of that car driving by?
It is, and then that is a highlighted area where there appears now to be a license plate on the vehicle. So this is the Winco Food at 7501 West Washington. It's further west than the last still photo that you saw. At 11:36, the suspect's red Yukon continued westbound on Washington toward Buffalo.
Is that a still of that?
It is. And again, you can see the white spot on the rear of the car where it appears now that the license plate has been reattached. This is the Arco gas station in 901 North Buffalo. It's at the northwest corner of Buffalo and Washington. And it has cameras that face east and south. And it captured the red Yukon arriving at the intersection, going through the intersection, turning southbound onto Buffalo at about 9:36 and 9:37 in the morning.
9:36?
11:36 and 11:37.
And those are just stills reflecting that?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here?
This is the P.F. Chang restaurant at 1095 South Rampart. It's at the corner, northwest corner of Rampart and Charleston. And it has cameras on both the east side and the south side of the business, which cover Rampart and Charleston. And at about 11:47 in the morning, the red Yukon drove south on Rampart toward Charleston.
Rampart.
And it's about a 5-mile distance between these two residences. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Meaning the main area of town.
Is this a still footage from that P.F. Chang's?
Yes. Vehicle then turned westbound onto Charleston, and at 11:48, the camera on the south side of the P.F. Chang's captured the vehicle as it drove westbound.
Is that a still of that footage?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here?
We continued canvassing further west on Charleston, and there was a camera located at the entrance of the Avondale Apartments at 9225 West Charleston. And 11:48 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Charleston toward Apple.
And is that just in the corner over there, is that the P.F. Chang's?
Yes.
Okay. And to the right corner for the record. Is this a still from that Avondale footage?
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
So at 11:50 in the morning, the cameras at the Thomas and Mack medical offices located in 9499 West Charleston Boulevard captured the red Yukon traveling south on Apple.
Is that the footage?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
And now we're back to Pidgeot Elementary School at 9601 Red Hills Drive. At 11:51 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Red Hills and then making a northbound turn onto Silk Tassel toward Mr. Tejas' residence.
And if we could just go back for a second, where is Red Hills in relation to, we're gonna look at that slide in a minute. Can you show us where Red Hills is in relation to the previous footage? And maybe just come down and show us.
So Apple Drive is right here, and then this is Red Hills.
And is this the Pidgeot Elementary here?
Yes.
And this is that road that gets to this house? Okay. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness identified a road that was kind of yellow highlighted going vertically on the picture as being Apple. And then he indicated the yellow highlighted road going left to right as being Red Hills. And then indicated a road in between Spanish Steps and Red Hills as Tassel.
Silk Tassel.
Silk Tassel, sorry about that.
So just to orient you a bit about Vegas, Las Vegas is made up mainly of one main
So I
street
have a couple other questions.
called Las
You
Vegas
mentioned
Boulevard.
That you did extensive.
Wait, let's
canvassing,
listen to
is that
this.
Yes.
correct? Did you, ultimately, there's a search warrant executed at Mr. Tellis' house, correct?
That's correct.
Was there a search for surveillance cameras attached to that house?
There was.
Were you able to collect any footage from that house?
I located a camera. If you're looking at the garage, it would be up near the roof line to the right. The residence was searched for digital video recorders.
I'll pause it for a second and I'll explain it. So Las Vegas is basically made up of one main boulevard called Las Vegas Boulevard. And the Las Vegas Strip is located on that boulevard, Las Vegas Boulevard. But the Strip, you don't call the entirety of Las Vegas Boulevard the Strip. The Strip is made up mainly of a collection of the most visited hotels. So it's the main part of it's like the hub of Las Vegas. So Las Vegas Boulevard is really long, and the longer you drive on it, the more sparse it gets. Okay. And homes have been developed all around the Las Vegas, all around Las Vegas Boulevard. But it's not a massive amount of people. It's a more transitional place. It's more of a tourist location. Most of the people that actually live there are in the tourism industry and the gambling industry. And that is a very transitional industry in and of itself. So, but it's also more affordable than other places in the West. So people do also transition out there from California. So it has been built up a lot. Now, there is a downtown section of Las Vegas that is not considered the Las Vegas Strip. The downtown section is like the old section of Las Vegas where a lot of gambling occurred. But the Strip is the main place where, and the downtown section is the more seedy section, which is more of where more of the drug abuse happens and more of the, it's like much lower level casinos and stuff like that. Not the nicer casinos where all the shows take place and things. So the reason I'm describing this is because you notice that it really only took TELLES 2 turns out of Jeff Gehrman's development to get onto Las Vegas Boulevard. And then he was approaching Rampart, which is pretty close to the main part of the Sunset Strip. So I'm just explaining that to you. So basically the development of Las Vegas has taken place of residential places in Las Vegas has taken place in concentric areas over time, but it's not as populated as you might think, and it's not as big as you might think, and it doesn't take that long to get from place to place in Las Vegas, unless it's crowded with a convention and there's hundreds of thousands of people and you're just bogged down with traffic and tourist traffic. Really, the thing that takes the most time to get around for there is getting around all the tourist traffic. So anyway, I just wanted to explain that. Lots of suburbs. Yep, lots of suburbs. There's also a university out there, and there's some university life. And there are some side streets out there, that in casinos that are not on the streets, like the Hard Rock Hotel and the Excalibur. They're not directly right on the strip. You have to turn to get on to those hotels, and they're toward the end. But still, anyway, hope that explains things.
By other detectives and digital forensic detectives, we were unable to recover any digital surveillance video from that camera. They did recover some from a Ring camera, but it had no evidentiary value.
Was anything disconnected?
I don't recall whether anything was disconnected or it was just not recording.
Okay, so the bottom line is you couldn't get anything from that house, even though there are cameras at that house.
That's correct.
Here's another question. Did you canvass or search that neighborhood to see if there were any other red Yukon Denali's in his neighborhood?
I drove the area as part of the surveillance team, and I didn't see any other red Yukons in that neighborhood. It's a rather small neighborhood.
Okay. Additionally, as another role in your case, did you have anything to do with reviewing historical tower record data regarding Mr. Telles's phone?
I did.
Based on that data, during the time of when this killing occurs, does the historical phone data from the phone show any movement on the phone?
It does not. It appears that his phone was located at his residence. It relayed through several cell sites located in the area of his residence, not near Mr. Gurman's residence.
Okay. Have you had situations in your investigations?
Again, objection calls for speculation.
Well, Your Honor, maybe, can we approach? Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to hear that again. What are they having an issue with?
Not near Mr. It does not. It appears that his phone was located at his residence. It relayed through several cell sites located in the area of his residence, not near Mr. Gurman's residence.
Okay. Have you had situations in your investigations?
Again, objection calls for speculation.
Well, Your Honor, maybe, can we approach? Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
He didn't even get to finish his question.
And cell phones started coming onto the scene. That'd be fair. I don't want to date anything, but I don't know. Okay, so cell phones have been around less than 40 years. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been there for the beginning of it. What are historical phone records?
So historical phone records, you get them in a couple different formats. One of them is call detail records. Call detail records can include not only your voice communication, but also your data and text messaging. And if there is normally with all of your voice communications, unless it's voice over internet, you're going to connect to a cell site. So that location of the cell site is recorded on the call detail records. There are some phone providers that actually will locate their text messaging onto a cell site, and you can get that location information from there, as well as data. Other phone companies do not provide location data with text messaging.
Okay. How are these utilized in terms of reviewing records to see a phone interact What's the significance of a phone interacting with a cell tower? Why is that significant for your investigations?
So a couple different things. It gives me an idea of where geographically that phone is located at the time it makes the connection to the cell site. There's also other data that the phone companies use where they will actually ping your phone just so that they can test their network to determine where there's bad connection, where there's good connection. And we can use that data to also locate where a phone is. Now, I can't locate where the person is unless I can associate them making calls that they normally make at the time that that phone makes a connection to a cell site.
Or for example, you might end up getting a download of the phone at a later point. Maybe you see text messages being sent and you can see, based on the context of it, oh, this particular person that we think is linked to the phone is using it based off of maybe the message that they're sending, things like that.
That's correct.
Are historical phone records significant or helpful for your investigations?
They're quite helpful in investigations.
Why?
Well, we can determine where someone's phone could be at the time that a crime was committed. We can track them using their phone location at various times when they're making calls or sending text or using data.
And in your experience of 4 decades, have you made arrests in part based off of tracking the movements of a suspect's phone?
Absolutely.
Okay. And have you testified in court about this very information that we're talking about?
Numerous times. I'm an expert in the 8th Judicial District Court.
Okay. Have you had experiences where a suspect, have you had experiences, I think you've explained this already, but have you had experiences where suspects, moved around with the phone and you could see that phone moving in relation to your crime?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been situations though where a phone may have been left behind by a suspect?
Yes.
Have there been situations where suspects have just turned off the phone, maybe during the relevant time period?
Yes.
Those are 2 ways to maybe not get picked up right through the historical data.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, during this time period of when this killing occurs,
Brian
his
Kober for
phone is
anybody?
pinging essentially from pinging off of towers right next to his house, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgent. I have no further questions. Oh, okay. I'll just.
I imagine they're
Any
going to
objections?
take soon.
No objection.
All right, we have states proposed 311 and 337 have been admitted by stipulation.
Is that correct?
May I
Yes, Your Honor.
approach?
Thank
They're admitted.
Sir, do you recognize what you're looking at in these images?
Yes, these are still photographs of the suspect as he walked north on Wheatland, where you saw him walking south, and he turns around and goes back northbound again toward Periwinkle. In this case, this
We're
photo
looking at
is
somebody's
actually
keyboard.
zoomed in from the regular video, and it shows the beige landscaping hat with the 3 black ventilation rings on the right side. It shows a black band that goes through the hat up here and then kind of goes around. And then there's also a black trim around the front of the hat, the rim. Shows the gray backpack with the black straps, the orange traffic vest with the reflective stripes on it, the blue pants, and the gray and dark tennis shoes.
And now that it's at least queued over, I'll wrapping up, but I'll publish 337. Fair to say 311 and 337 are essentially the exact same photo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just move this out of the way. And let's publish 337. Let me zoom out. Okay, so this is what you were just referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to conclude for the evening. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way Investigator learn about the case on your own, or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Juror number 3, if you don't mind staying behind for just a minute. Other than that, everyone else is excused.
Thank you. All right, grab the jury, please. Jurors. Yeah, leave your notebooks on your chair.
Well, there you have it. First day of the trial. Gosh, it is so nice to have a trial where there isn't like a gazillion sidebars and a gazillion objections and a gazillion. I mean, it's really, really nice. And I'm not quite sure why that is. I mean, really, I've just logged 2 different. Oh, you're watching Big Brother solo. I've really only seen 2 objections. Did she hold back a juror? I don't know. I didn't see that. Did something just happen where? Let me see. Why are you asking that, Stacy? Because I'm not seeing anything about a juror. But I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but the jury is made up of 7 men and 7 women, which is interesting. So I just, it's really nice. It's really nice to have a fast moving trial that doesn't have a bunch of objections, and the opening statements were really clear. You could follow along. The opening statement from the defense, in all honesty, wasn't super convincing to me. He's basically saying it ain't him. It ain't him. The evidence was planted. That's what he's saying. It ain't him. It ain't him. The evidence was planted. That's what he's saying. That's the defense. What can I say? So I want to thank y'all for being here. I want to thank Earth and Solo for renewing their memberships. I want to thank Stacy for being here for 6 months as a member. Whoop, whoop, whoop. One more time. Here's a picture of my new channel. I'm not linking to it here. It's an experiment. We're going to trust the algo. But please do subscribe to it. Look for it and subscribe to it. And I will be live here tomorrow, more coverage of this case. And I sincerely hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your day, that any of you who are ailing, like Stacy, I know your back is hurting again, and Patricia, I know you're not feeling word with the big virus word. I'm so sorry. And I think there was somebody else who wasn't feeling well either, but please be on the mend, take care of yourself, drink your fluids, take your meds, all the things that you need to do. Take care of yourselves, and please be back here tomorrow. Remember to hit the thumbs up, and I will see you tomorrow. All right. Love ya. Bye.